everyone. Let's open this meeting of the Planning Commission. We'll start with the approval of the minutes. Can I get a motion or a discussion on that?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second.
Mike, I need a second.
I'll second.
Commissioner Berry,
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Commissioner Christensen,
Yes.
Commissioner De Oliveira, not here, okay. Commissioner Paredes,
I'll vote yes.
thank you. Commissioner Tuttle,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Gent,
Yes.
Commissioner Gale,
Yes.
and the chair also votes yes. So have a unanimous, sorry, whoa, unanimous approval of the minutes of the last meeting. Next would be the report of the chair and the vice chair. I have nothing to report. Mike?
The vice chair has nothing to report.
And Nick?
Thank
the
you.
director's report.
We have a couple of things. The first that I wanted to bring up is, as you know, we've talked about this in the past, but the zoning code gives the Planning Commission the authority to seek input from the Landmarks Commission on any kind of zoning proposal. So text amendment, map amendment. And we have a couple of, in the past, we've just always gone to the Landmarks Commission, and we have felt, you know, the code says something, we need to follow that process, whether we think it's the right process or not. And so we have a couple of text amendments coming up that we want the Planning Commission to ask for input from the Landmarks Commission. One is because one impacts the historic overlay, and we think it's very important that the body that has to administer that overlay has a say in how it's written. So that would be one. The second is an adaptive reuse, changes to the adaptive reuse regulations for the city that also impact properties that are subject to the overlay. So we'd like the commission to formally ask for input from the Landmarks Commission on those.
So is that something you'll give us a
No, I think we can just make a
motion to
motion
do
right
that?
now to say, yeah, we
Okay.
want the Landmarks Commission to weigh in on the text amendments as described, and we'll take that as the word and we'll go.
Do you want to do that right now?
Please.
All right. Does everybody understand what he's talking about?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Amy?
That's it.
Second the motion.
You mean the motion that Nick proposed?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a motion to include the Landmarks Commission in text amendments. Motion by Amy Burrows, and Commissioner Tuttle seconded it. Okay. Commissioner Gale?
Yes.
Commissioner Gent?
No.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle?
Yes.
Commissioner Paredes?
I'll vote yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Christensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have 8 yeses and 1 no. So
Thank
the
you.
motion passes. Anything else?
I do have a couple other things. One, I wanted to remind everybody that said they can make it, that we have scheduled a third meeting for March on March 29th to help us avoid the backlog that was created when we had to cancel the meeting because of the snowstorm a couple weeks ago. So just please make sure everyone's aware that that's on there. We're trying to shift some things around so that we're balancing out the next 3 agendas instead of having one have 11 items and one have 2 items and another have 4 items. So we're working on that, but we also have a couple of big city text amendments and plans that are coming up. So on that 29th, we're going to have a second follow-up briefing on the affordable housing incentives and what's changed with that. So your next meeting, we'll have the first one. We'll have another one 2 weeks after that. We won't have the public hearing on that until April 26th, I think is the date. So that gives you some time to digest those changes and also for us to get some more input on those changes from the public. And we'll also, on your agenda tonight, you're receiving a briefing of the housing, the 5-year moderate income housing plan that's required by state law, that ours is up, and so we need to create a new one. And so tonight we're going to be giving that overview of that, but on the 29th, we're going to come back to you to see if there's anything that you want to see changed as part of that. So that gives you 3 weeks to kind of read through it, digest it, which is something that the commission asked for with those types of things. And then we'll have a public hearing in April for that. So just wanted to give you a heads up on some of those big things that are coming up, and that's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Nick, was there anything at the legislative session that was going to impact the
Yes.
decision-making of the commission?
There are a number of things. We'll put together some kind of a summary for everybody because I think that there were, if I remember right, there were around 40 different bills that impacted land use or
That sounds-
operations of this body or other public bodies collectively. Not all of those passed, but some of them do require some code changes. Some of them are going to be very time sensitive. There's some shot clocks on things that we have to process things differently than we have in the past. So there's going to be some extensive changes to some aspects of what we do. But we'll provide the commission with an update on what those are in the coming months.
Nick, last year the Utah League of Cities and Towns put together like an hour-and-a-half summary of some of the legislative bills. Could we include watching that as part of our continuing education requirements? I think it's an hour and a half, so we could maybe do it over 3 meetings, or have a watch party at some point.
Yeah, we could try to work those into schedules, or people who, if you want to watch them on your own as well, you can do that and then just let us know that you've done it so it counts towards our state mandated training. But we'll see what we can do. There's also a couple of APAs putting on a couple of land use specific recaps of the legislature. So we'll share those dates and information for anybody who wants to participate that way too. Thank you for bringing that up.
Anyone else have anything for the director?
I wonder if the city council has heard or is scheduled to hear isn't it called the Wing Point Small Area
North Point?
Plan? North Point Small Area Plan.
They have. They've had a public hearing actually last night on it, and they've had several briefings. So we're not quite sure at this point what their plan is, but I think they initially had it tentatively scheduled for adoption next week, but I don't know that or on the 21st, sorry. I'm not sure that that's going to stay. We have to wait for word from the commission on that. But it does seem like there will be some changes that they make to that plan, but we'll have to. We haven't been told yet what those are. I think they wanted to digest the public hearing and then try to give us some direction. So.
And then we'll hear that project that we tabled again once that's passed.
Yeah, once that plan's in place, then that can move forward.
Okay, thanks.
All right. We have like this 10 minutes here for discussion. I think we've been discussing things. Does anyone have anything else they want to bring up? Okay. Then we have a YWCA campus conditional use modification for fence height at approximately 322 East, 300 South. Casey, you're going to tell us about it. and it's case number 410-08-09.
Yes, good evening and thank you. That case number is odd because it's from a prior era when we used to do case numbers like that. So this is from a 2008 conditional use that was granted to the YWCA at 322 East and 300 South. Let's go to the next page. This will give you a better sense of what we're talking about. So they've been in operation for a while now and got that conditional use in 2008 to set up their campus as it currently exists. They have found in the last few years that they would like some more security on this campus to protect their clients and customers. They approached us a few months ago about possibly doing that and requested a fence of 8 foot tall. And it would be the iron type fence, a metal fence with see-through. And the yellow boxes on the image are the areas where they would put those 8 foot tall fences. There are other sections of the property where they're doing fence work, and those would be 6 feet tall, which complies with the code. So, but in these areas here, in front of the parking area, and then a pedestrian entrance on the others around the corner, those two areas, they are looking to put in a fence that is 8 feet tall. This site plan shows the entrance to the parking area, and they would have the fence essentially connect from the existing building, run across the entrance, and then connect to the building on the other side with some vehicle entrance gates. Here's an image of what the fence would look like. Again, it's a see-through iron fence, 8 feet tall. And then here's the other location where the pedestrian entrance is. There are currently some landscaping walls that curve around like that, and they would put the fence on top of those to look sort of like this. Our code has a provision for conditional uses that indicates that when it's when the fence would mitigate some adverse impact, that the Planning Commission can grant additional height. And that's the provision of the code that we're using tonight to modify their prior conditional use, to allow this 8 foot fence to provide additional security that they seek. Staff recommends approval of the modification to that conditional use for the additional fence height, and be happy to respond to any questions you might have. The applicant is also here to present any information as well.
Anyone have any questions? Concerns? Do you want to speak to the applicant? No.
I have a question that I think we can talk about. The code says that, let me start with, I love this area. I think this is a great idea. I'm just looking at the code language that says additional fence height is imposed as a reasonable condition to mitigate the anticipated detrimental effects of a conditional use. So the conditional use of the property is the campus itself, correct?
Yes, the services that they provide.
So in my reading of the application, they want to mitigate the effect of adverse actions on the outside of the campus, right? So I think my question is there any other provision in the code that allows for higher fences that doesn't rely on the conditional use? Because, am I making sense? The request for this, to me, does not say we're asking for these fences to mitigate our conditional use. Their conditional use is the YWCA campus, right? They're asking for the fence to help with the security of their clients, which makes complete sense. I just don't see that fitting within this section of the code.
Okay. Our interpretation was that this use creates an impact where it actually draws in predators, for lack of a better term. And
Completely agree with that.
so,
No question about that. My question is on the language of the code, which says mitigating, wait, let me go back. To mitigate the anticipated detrimental effects of a conditional use. And the
Okay.
conditional use is the campus.
And Nick wants to weigh in on this.
Yeah, so there is a section in the conditional use chapter, it's 21A 54135. It's called alterations or modifications to a structure with a conditional use. That also authorizes a change to the use itself, to at least to a structure.
For
And-
the purpose of, can we pull that up somewhere? I'm so sorry to be such a lawyer about it.
Yeah, so
I don't want to make a decision in this case that's going to be overturned because it doesn't comply with the language. That's my concern.
Yeah, so it doesn't
So-
really give us any guidance other than to say that it can happen. There's two ways. One is through an administrative review. We apply those to those conditional uses that are eligible to be approved at the staff level. So this would not, because it's in a residential zone.
Right?
And so it's subject to planning commission approval. And so it doesn't give us guidance, and it's also, even though it says structure, the standard in there is really applying to a building because it talks about increasing the floor area. And so we've interpreted that to imply that we actually do have the ability to modify a structure if it's related to the conditional use. And so that's where we are.
And that's in the section that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay, so
it's up on the screen, I think.
This is
Casey has it.
21A 54135. Is that what we're looking at? Is
Yeah.
that the right one?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm just reading. Do you mind moving your mouse so that that little 3-dot thing goes? Thank you. Increases the structure of a floor area. Okay. I can see it applying better under that than what we have quoted in this memo. So, I mean, I would be fine proposing a motion, but I think we have to rely on the other section of the code rather than what's in our memo that we've reviewed. Does that make sense?
okay, sure.
So why don't you make that motion?
Okay.
Since you came up with this.
I will move that we approve this application under Section 21A.54.135 of the Salt Lake City Code. Is that the name that we call it? I think Salt Lake City Code, Section A and Section C, with no other qualifications or conditions.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gale and a second by Commissioner Christensen. Any
Madam Chair,
discussion?
can we have a discussion since we didn't, we jumped that? I want to make some comments that, we've denied additional height fence for other applications that made just as compelling reasons of why they wanted additional height for security, et cetera, et cetera. And in the past, on my time, we have all felt that 6 feet was appropriate for their security needs. So why we're applying different standards to this one under the same body of code is a concern to me, and in terms for me to be consistent, and the things that we have denied and the things that we've seen in the past of people requesting that additional security and bringing forward a lot of evidence of why they felt they needed it. I'm not in support of this motion.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I guess I can add to that. Having been on the commission for a long time as well, I do feel that we've denied other applications with similar requests. So I'm trying to right now within me to come up with something compelling to make me, be an approval vote for this request. So similar sentiments to what was just previously rendered.
Sorry, we asked earlier whether, we were asked whether we could hear from the applicant, and we said no, because we didn't think it was, is it too late to hear from the applicant at this point, or have we missed that point in the meeting?
Well, and before we do that, my question to you guys would be, those were, to my knowledge, single-family homes, where this is a commercial site where there's a lot more people that are frequenting this, and I feel like that might be a deciding factor between the two.
So the last one that we heard, well, you're right, they were single-family homes. The last one we heard, though, was next to a track stop and had a lot of traffic from that was impacting them adversely. So in some regard, it has a similar scenario, and they presented a lot of evidence of the impacts that were occurring.
Right.
And we still said that 6 feet was adequate for that instance at that single-family home. And I'm just looking at consistency, that we apply it across the board, that we're not being deferential to one and not others, who then, because we've been pretty consistent about fence heights. In my
Commissioner Barry, can you
times.
clarify, because that's before, obviously,
True.
I was on, was that then a single-family home that they were asking, that was next to the tracks that they were
Yes.
asking for that on? It was a single-family home?
Yes. We don't get these requests very often, and so in my 5 years, 2 are really coming to mind. That was the most recent one, but that was still a couple of years ago. But yeah, he had a lot of evidence of why he needed it, and that was a very highly trafficked area that was had a lot of adverse things going on for him. So I'm just questioning why I'm not in support of this motion is basically because I want us to be consistent across the board, whether it's a single family home or an entity that we've felt 6 feet was adequate for security.
Do anyone on the commission that's been here longer than I have recall if there was a similar use, a larger commercial type project that asked for higher fences that was denied? I'm not trying to trap anyone. I just really am curious. I mean, I guess in my mind, I think that is a very significant distinguishing factor. I think another distinguishing factor for me, I walk by this site all the time, and it is women and small children, particularly small children, in and out of there all the time. And living within a block or two of where this is, there is a high, extremely high traffic of unsheltered population relying on drugs who have undiagnosed and untreated mental and emotional difficulties. And so I think I see that it can be distinguished, and I think this type of an approval would be an action to protect some of the most vulnerable folks in our city, and so it seems quite justified and to me.
I think that maybe, I wasn't here for the previous discussions about fences, but I think it seems like there is a difference in that this is a conditional use, and there is something about this conditional use that's making a taller fence necessary, which makes it different from a single-family residence. And since the rule says that we can make an exception in the fence height based on conditions of this conditional use, I feel like we're okay to do it, and we can consider that. It's different than a single-family residence. There's something specifically about this use of this property that requires this modification.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I wasn't here for the prior vote, but having heard what I've heard, being near tracks, even if it was residential, I'm tempted to say that I would have voted in favor of the additional fence height, and I would be of this as
Just to get it on the record as well, I think the fact that they are using I don't know how you describe it, what the technical term is, but the iron fence that you'll be able to see through, it's not going to be like a compound that no one knows what's happening there. It is literally something for security to ensure the safety of folks that are utilizing the resources in what I think is a really important center for our city.
Madam Chair, call to order. Call to order. Meaning, can we take a vote?
Yes. Yes. Call the question.
Call the question then.
Okay, yes. Okay, I'm going to call the question. Commissioner Gent,
The original motion was in favor of allowing the additional?
Yes. Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle,
Yes.
Commissioner Paredes,
I'll vote no.
okay? Commissioner De Oliveira,
Yes.
Commissioner Christensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Commissioner Berry,
No.
Commissioner Gale,
Yes.
and the chair will also vote yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 yeses and 2 noes. The motion passes. Okay, now we'll move on to item number 1 that has a public hearing. This is conditional use for Big D Construction headquarters at approximately 404 West, 400 South. Case number PLN PCM 2022-00750. Welcome, Grant.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Grant Amon. I will be representing the Big D headquarters conditional use petition. All right, this proposed project requires conditional use approval to develop the parking lot located at 404 West, 400 South, which is ancillary to the existing Big D headquarters on the same property. The lot is located in the D3 zoning district. The proposal is to construct an addition to the existing office building. The use will be an expansion of the existing legal use, but will not include residential space. The D3 zone states that commercial or office uses in buildings of 3 stories or more without multifamily dwellings shall be allowed only as a conditional use, and then only when the applicant has demonstrated that the proposed location is not suitable for multifamily residential use. It should be noted that this section of code would be removed if the City Council passes the Downtown Building Heights and Street Activation text amendment that was already recommended for approval by this Planning Commission. This Planning Commission recommended approval for the Building Heights Amendment during the August 24th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. Staff is recommending approval. All right, the subject property is located directly west of Pioneer Park. I'm sure you're all familiar. This photo was chosen because it shows the parking lot that will be replaced by this development. And also please note at the top of the picture is the existing vehicle access, which is the east entrance. There's also one at the bottom. This photo shows the existing site conditions as seen from the property entrance along Rio Grande facing east. This will be the only remaining vehicle entrance on the project. This slide just shows what it looks like now, and then this slide is a rendering showing the proposed eastern elevation of the project. This addition will be placed on top of what is currently vehicle access for the site. As you can tell, only pedestrian access will remain along this road, 400 West. This slide indicates elevations for the project as well as the indication of proposed office space. And then here's another angle of the proposed structure. In this rendering, you can also see the proposed office addition along with the proposed parking structure in the back. And then this site plan shows the addition, landscape plaza, and buffer to the north of the addition, as well as the parking structure. The following key considerations were identified through an analysis of the project. I will touch briefly on a few of the main topics. They are compliance with adopted master plans, site suitability for multifamily residential use, and neighborhood compatibility and impact. First, the Big D headquarters expansion proposal complies with the applicable master plans, Plan Salt Lake and the Downtown Master Plan. Plan Salt Lake encourages development in areas with existing infrastructure and amenities, mixed land uses, and redevelopment of underutilized land, all of which the proposal supports. The Downtown Master Plan aims to make downtown the premier center for sustainable urban living, commerce, and cultural life in the Intermountain West. The proposal helps fulfill two of its goals by encouraging new growth, spurring private development, and bringing more people downtown. The proposal also removes potential vehicle-pedestrian conflict points, making downtown safer for walking pedestrians. Furthermore, the expansion proposal allows Big D, a longtime construction company, to expand and continue providing growth to the city, fulfilling the goal of Salt Lake being the center of commerce for the state. Next, although the neighborhood is certainly friendly to multifamily residential use, the applicant has indicated that the proposed location is not suitable for multifamily residential use. The applicant indicates that since the site is already being used for the headquarters, expanding the company's operations would conflict with proposed residential living space. To mitigate potential issues, the applicant proposes intentional design choices, such as matching the addition's scale and mass with the historic structure. They could go much higher, and then creating a landscape buffer and limiting parking height to encourage public transportation use. The proposed addition will also improve pedestrian safety and reduce traffic congestion. Finally, it's important to allow property owners to expand to maintain healthy business operations. And then finally, the proposed site for the Big D headquarters expansion is surrounded by a multifamily housing complex to the north, Pioneer Park to the east, surface parking for the CCG building to the west, and the 4th Street Clinic to the south. Office and commercial uses are commonly found adjacent to one another in downtown zones, and the proposed use is expected to be compatible with its surroundings. The applicant has submitted architectural drawings and elevations for the project with an emphasis on the design of the office structure for this conditional use. The conditional use process is not a design review, and both proposed structures will need to meet all required design and zoning standards at the time of building permit review. Staff received one letter in opposition of the request. This letter was included in attachment F of the staff report. After reviewing the proposal, staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the conditional use request as proposed. And with that, this concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you. Is your applicant here?
I'm not sure. These guys? Yes, absolutely.
Do
I
they
thought
have?
so. Do you guys have?
Why don't you guys come up and introduce yourselves, and then if anybody has questions, you'll be available to answer them.
Hi, I'm David Brems. I'm an architect with GSBS Architects, and I am the principal in charge of this project. I was the designer of the Big D conversion of the Fuller warehouse, which we're adding on to originally. And that building is on the National Register of Historic Places, was the first LEED certified building to be on the National Register. So we're just adding 30,000 square feet. They've outgrown their space. They don't have enough parking. They want to stay in Salt Lake, and they're a thriving business and a good citizen.
Okay. Questions from the commission for either the applicant or the planner? Amy?
I do, Mr. Brown. So because I'm not an architect, and when I look at the drawings, sometimes I don't necessarily know what it means. But I'd like to know how you're going to treat the parking structure that will be facing 450 West. If you're going to have screening, how it's going to be secured, et cetera, so that it doesn't look like a parking structure, I guess?
Yeah, we included some sketches showing the parking structure with a green wall on the lower levels.
Oh, that one.
On the two elevations that are facing the street, 4 South and Rio Grande Street, as a green wall.
So staff, is there anything in the code that directs how parking structures need to be treated in this zone?
You could read the code to say put glass on it, but
I wanted to see what staff was going to say on that one.
we think that trees and a green wall is going to be more compatible with this neighborhood.
Yes, certainly there are design standards, but just a reminder, the conditional use process is not a design review, so both proposed structures will need to meet the required design standards at the time of the.
Yeah, so I'd like to know what some of those design standards are for this parking structure.
I don't know them off the top of my head, but one of them is glass.
Okay.
Yeah,
yes.
Commissioner Barry, there is a glass requirement and also a durable material requirement. So if they wanted to propose something like this, at the time of building permit, they would have to go through a plan development.
They'd have to go through a plan development for the parking structure?
If they don't want to meet the glass requirements.
Really?
So it could come back to you,
Or,
Amy.
Or it's a design review, sorry. Not
Design review, I was like,
sorry, my process is mixed up, so.
That's okay. Okay, so they didn't want to meet what the design standards are currently when they come to this, then they would come back before us for a design review.
Right, yeah. Today we're just reviewing the use itself, and then
Okay.
if there's any design-related issues, then they
Then
would
I
have
won't
to
get
come
hung
back.
up on the parking structure, but I do think is an important feature to this addition to this project, because it's on 5th South and, or is that 6th South? 5th South and 4th South. And I only work at the Rio Grande Depot, so I should know the coordinates, but it's autopilot. So yeah, I want to pay special attention to this component, so I wanted to understand better. Thank you.
I have a question on process. If we don't approve this today, but then the rules change with the new downtown building height, rule, and they can build it by right, does our deciding no right now change what they can do by right when that changes?
No, I mean, regardless of what this decision is, like, so if it's approved, they obviously have a right to move forward. If some change in zoning happens with the downtown building heights, which address this issue, then they would have the option to follow that as well. The one caveat is that downtown building height text amendment does add quite a few, well, pretty extensive development standards to the zones. And so because this parking structure is technically attached in an addition to the existing building, we calculate all of those, the glass requirements, et cetera, across the entire building. So it's possible that the current building has enough of that to satisfy it for the parking as well.
What stage of the process is that?
Well, tentatively, the city council is scheduled to have their first briefing on that next week. So if that stays on the agenda, it's usually, depending on if there's changes, it's usually about a 2 to 3 month process with the city council.
Thank you for bringing that up. So if that goes through before they get a permit to do this, even if they got an approval, so they get approval tonight and they haven't done their permit by the time the city council, let's say, adopts that, then we would be counting that as one structure.
No, so if they're approved tonight, they have an entitlement to move forward under the rules in place at the time their conditional use was approved. They can choose to follow something out, the new code, if they want.
Okay.
But that's how we would apply that, and that's how it would apply under the current code.
Okay, so then I just maybe get some feedback from you, or staff, because I don't necessarily think the greenery or even the glass is appropriate for a screening type for this parking structure. If it's appropriate to talk about that tonight, or is it something, I just don't want to lose the opportunity to make sure that this is something that is really compatible with the neighborhood and isn't oddly looking.
The commission does have the authority to apply conditions in order to comply with one of the standards or to mitigate a detrimental impact. So if the commission can find something in that list of standards or detrimental impacts, you can modify things under those circumstances. The code gives you discretion to make some changes to those types of rules in order to offset some.
So I think that is difficult tonight because we don't have the design review standards of what a parking structure would be.
You can apply the design review standards. You have to look at this has proposed
Yeah.
and apply it to the conditional use
Okay.
standards.
Okay, thank you, Nick.
Can,
Go ahead.
who? Who do you want to go
Okay,
ahead?
I'm looking at you.
Okay, I just want to give the applicant a chance to clarify the public comment. The public comment alleges that the new parking garage is going to accommodate 294 spaces for 100 new employees. Is that accurate?
So it makes up for all of the existing building, so it's not just for the new building. So what we've taken is you have a 90,000 square foot building that exists that has parking that's underparked currently, and then you're adding on to it, so you need additional parking. The parking is for the entire building. It's not just for the new 100 employees.
So it's making parking easier for your employees in our downtown core.
It makes it possible to have an addition to the building and still have parking for the people in tent. We're below a standard level of parking for the building, even with the addition.
What's the standard you're referring to regarding what you're below?
Per thousand. Like 4 spots per thousand.
I think
square feet.
we're between 3 and 4 per thousand, which is high but low. They don't have enough parking currently.
How many spaces are there now that, in the parking lot that will be turned into a building?
I think it's about 100 on the site right now.
You'll lose 100 that exist and add 294.
We'll take, those will be taken out and they're all replaced in the parking, plus the additional parking. They need to remain at that location.
When you say you're underparked, are you referring to the downtown master plan? Is that what you're referring to?
You know, in this case, with an existing business who knows the parking requirements, they're not building any more parking than they need, and they're building more parking than is required.
Thank you.
My question, one of the things that they have to prove to get this conditional use is that the site is not appropriate for, it's unsuitable for residential use, yeah?
That's the main facet.
That's the main problem. And then that would go away with the new downtown building heights.
You got it.
So the way that I read it, it was the reason why this site is unsuitable for residential use is because they own it and they're not going to build residences there. Is there something more nuanced or insightful than that?
I'll allow them to sort of defend their position.
I think the reality of that is they like this location in the city. They're a thriving business. They need more space. If they were forced to build housing on this site, they would move.
So it's unsuitable just because they don't want to build. There's not like,
I think that's a valid reason.
But that is
It's also
your-
too small
that
of
is
a
your
lot.
argument.
It's the space in which we're building the additional building is too narrow to actually put housing in a feasible, efficient manner.
but it's not like environmentally not appropriate or like there aren't airplanes just flying over.
You could certainly build housing here. I mean, that's not the question. The question is, do we want this business to remain in this location?
Right. Are the uses compatible?
Right. I don't need to argue it, but our consideration is, did you meet the requirement to show that this lot is incompatible with residential use? That's the thing we've been asked, I think.
Well, they're not a developer, they're a business, and so you're requiring an existing operator to become a developer of housing, which that's not what they do. They're a construction company. They have no interest in becoming a landlord. And what we've asked is we're asking for essentially the exact same height that's there, which is 1 story more than what's allowable anyway. And we're actually building, the proposal is the same height or lower than what's there. So we're not building a big skyscraper and putting a big office building in. We're building the minimal amount in order to add on and be able to continue to operate the business in its current location.
Sorry, you've been waiting in line longer than I have.
no,
I'll wait for you.
Staff, can you clarify for us, the letter raised an issue about lack of proper notice. And so procedurally, can you clarify for us what the requirement is under the code?
Yeah.
And, go ahead.
Yes, I'd love to. So that letter that you see was received after our 45-day initial notice. That notice isn't even required. We do it as a courtesy, but I did check, and we can verify this if needed, but I did send it to the address that we have on file. And that's the best we can do, you know. Things happen, like, for instance, if the property changed owners or something, the address that we had on file might have been the previous owner. I'm not really sure who the owner is in relation to. I just received that letter and I included it. But yeah, as far as the
So
extent
help
of
us
our
know, what
requirement-
is the day, like, what is it, a 45-day notice that has to be sent out? And you have evidence, like certified whatever, that you sent it out
Yes.
to the address you had on file
Yes.
with the city, county, on or before that day that it had to be noticed?
Exactly. Not only the 45 days, but also the notice for the planning commission that we skipped last time, as well as this one. So
Okay.
3 separate times.
Okay, so my question was, it sounds like I'm hearing that we're wanting to make sure we can't build residential there. Is there some type of city requirement that says if residential can be built, residential has to be built versus a parking lot? Am I missing something?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, I wouldn't say there's anything. This is just an interesting zone, right? This is not a standard that's common. So, and one thing to keep in mind, if they wanted to build a 2-story building, we wouldn't be here. It's because they want to add a 3rd story. And so the requirement is, once they hit that threshold, that they would need to provide, or either provide housing or prove that it's not a suitable site for that. I think this standard was developed in the D3 zone in like 1995, when there was not really housing in the neighborhood, with most of those warehouses still being used in commercial uses or not at all. And so I think that was the reason why that section was put in there. And now that we see a lot of that housing going up is why we proposed to have it removed.
So I also wanted to add that there's a provision in State Code 109A507 titled Conditional Uses that basically says a municipality may adopt a land use ordinance that includes conditional uses and provisions for conditional uses that require compliance with objective standards set forth in an applicable ordinance. This was adopted after our conditional use standards were adopted, including in this D3 zone. And the determination on whether a residential use is suitable or not for a specific site is certainly a subjective standard. And so I think our application of that would be that it's not something that we can actually use in the decision-making for this proposal, because it is in fact subjective and not objective as indicated by state code.
Thank you for the clarification. The other question I had was around parking spots, like what the limit is, what the requirement is. I'm not opposed to parking. If they want to turn that building into a call center, I'd put 3,000 people in there 24/7. They need 3,000 parking spots. So is there a limit as to how many parking spots or they can build, or what are they limited by?
So all uses in the zoning ordinance that we have listed, they all have a minimum amount of off-street parking and a maximum of number of parking. And it's generally based on the square footage of the structure itself. So we'd have to look at this square footage and then the proposed use, and we could determine what those minimum and maximums are. And they would need to comply with that when they apply for a building permit.
Perfect. Thank you.
To be clear, that would be approved during the design review process, not at this meeting, is that correct?
Right. Here, we're not
Okay.
looking at it.
So this has nothing to do with the number of parking stalls. You still have the opportunity to, that will be controlled when we go to a design review. Much like the covering of the outside of the parking structure would have to pass design review. This isn't a design review. This is,
Yeah, no, understood. Thanks for clarifying that.
this one, that for my own knowledge as well.
Okay, is somebody ready to make a motion here? Oh. Okay, just sit tight. We will open the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this item? If you do, you walk up to the podium, you get 2 minutes. Not seeing anyone? Any emails?
No emails.
I will close the public hearing now. Would someone like to make a motion? Do you need more discussion?
Okay, so I'm hugely concerned with the amount of density we're adding that is auto-centric. Dense places that are auto-centric design to me are horrible. Like, this is the worst city you can imagine. Dense cities that are walkable and have bike facilities and people take transit. And I don't see, when I look at the statement in the planning, in the staff report, the use is consistent with applicable policies set forth and adopted citywide, community, and small area master plans and future land use maps. I don't see this as consistent with the downtown master plan because I feel like we're adding auto-centric density. And so I have a really hard time with this project, in all honesty. I don't see it as compatible with the existing residential. I'm very sympathetic to this creating huge problems for the adjacent residential structures. I might be alone on this one, but that's how I feel about it.
I don't know, Commissioner Gant, if you're alone on this one or not, but my point of view is I drive everywhere. My family drives everywhere. I have elderly parents that need to move by car, and I've lived in cities that were walkable and you could ride a bike. Salt Lake City is not there, far from it. I've used public transportation and have not felt safe. Wouldn't put my children in there. Have seen things that have happened to people firsthand, so I'm in favor of the parking lot. That's just my opinion.
You know, it is endogenous to how easy we make it to park places, right? There's a choice of transit, and if you make it super easy to drive everywhere, including downtown,
Okay,
we never get there.
This
All
is
right.
a conditional use. It's not a parking discussion.
I just have one more comment. So the standard we're looking at is that it shall be allowed only as a conditional use, and then only when the applicant has demonstrated that the proposed location is not suitable for multifamily residential use. In my view, I don't see enough evidence that you've demonstrated that this isn't suitable. Just saying we own the land. I mean, when I first read this, I was like, oh, no brainer. We love Big D. We want him to stay in the city. I think it would be more appropriate and easier for us to make a decision if you could provide us some evidence saying why this location, if you were to vacate it, why it isn't appropriate for multifamily. I mean, I get you own it. I get you don't want to develop it. I get that you don't want to be a landlord, but I still look at it and I think I don't understand why it's not appropriate for multifamily use, except that you want to use it for something else.
Can I respond?
No, we're in discussion period.
Okay.
So that's kind of my take on I mean, I don't even know if I have my mind made up, but reading that, I just think, I don't know that we have enough evidence to say that it's not suitable at this point.
It's
Would
in
you like to go
addition
first,
to an
John?
existing building
Go ahead.
that has a current use that's not
And
residential.
based on what Nick had said, that's actually kind of overruled by the other section of code that says that we can't make a subjective decision on that.
Right.
So.
Right.
Well, I don't think I'm making a subjective decision. We have no evidence on this except for them saying it's not suitable. And threatening to leave the city, which I get, but that's the only evidence we have. So I'm just raising that as, this is what the language we have in the code. The city council apparently may be changing language anyway that would permit this regardless of conditional use or not. And I don't see that we have actual evidence that this is not suitable for multifamily.
Okay, thank you.
So when I look at this project, being somebody that works just right down the street typically, I think any parcel in this area could be suitable for multifamily, but you know, this is a historic building that I think we have an interest in saving, and if we were going to do multifamily or see multifamily get built here, that would be demolished and built into something totally different. And I'm always in support of taking away these surface parking lots, because it's a very inhospitable, and being the one who accesses on 450 West all the time, and then the surface parking across the street, it's just a really inhospitable component of our city. And if we So I'm always in favor of like building that extra addition on there and then redoing it. And I'm not against the parking structure. I just don't like the treatment you're putting on it. But I think this project is going to produce something better that saves this historic building, and then takes away the surface parking lot, so that even though they're having parking and it is auto-centric, it's still pleasing, and we're not having all this asphalt, which is something that I.
So just to
really-
clarify on the record, I love the idea of the project. I think it's fantastic. I think under the ordinance that we have here in front of us, shall is a mandatory interpretation under Utah law, only when the applicant has demonstrated that the proposed location. So I'm just saying, I don't want to be part of a decision that's arbitrary and capricious just based on a property owner's assertion that this is not appropriate for multifamily. I would, if we were, for example, hypothetically, to deny this, I would say, please come back and give us more specifics about why this is not appropriate for multifamily, so that we have not just an arbitrary, subjective decision, we have actual evidence that we're basing that decision on.
Thank you.
I agree with that. I think that that evidence has not been provided, why it's unacceptable, but I also can understand that that rule may be weird or hard to apply, or we may not want it anymore, in which case, they're not going to move in 2 months. Like in 2 months, when they can have a taller building there and they have other requirements maybe to make it fit into the neighborhood better, that's going to be a better product then that will fit into what we're actually trying to accomplish now. That's what I think. So I think we say no right now, but that doesn't hold them up at all in building whatever they want by right when the building height amendment passes.
Can I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Based on the findings listed in the staff report, the information presented and input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve the conditional use petition PLN PCM 2022-00750 as proposed, with the additional condition specifying that the parking structure must indeed comply with current design standards.
I second that.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Berry and a second by Commissioner Oliveira. Commissioner Berry,
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
No.
Commissioner Christensen,
No.
Commissioner De Oliveira,
Yes.
Commissioner Paredes,
I'll vote yes.
Commissioner Tuttle,
No.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Gent,
No.
Commissioner Gale.
No.
The chair votes yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 noes. Now what do we do?
Well, then it's
Nick-
the chair's, whatever the chair's vote
Nick
was.
has a vote,
Is
don't
the,
you?
The chair's vote?
whatever the chair's vote is then like a double vote.
I thought Nick had a vote.
Oh, that's right.
Well, if it's the chair's, if it's the chair's. if
The
it's-
motion fails because it doesn't have a majority vote.
Yeah.
Really, so in the past, we did it like the chair's vote.
Because the
broke the
chairs
tie.
didn't used to vote all the time.
Is that what it was? Ah, okay.
Okay, so a tie vote, that's denied. Okay.
Based on the findings listed in the staff report, the information presented and input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission deny the conditional use petition as proposed because evidence has not been presented that demonstrates the proposal complies with the following standards. And that's prove that, to show that this location is incompatible with residential use,
Multifamily.
multifamily.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Burrows and a second by Commissioner Gale.
May I make a friendly amendment or suggest a friendly amendment to Commissioner Burrows? Could we also suggest, I don't consider it consistent with the downtown master plan as well, which is another standard.
That's fine with me, thank you.
I also have a comment.
Oh.
The motion said that it wasn't appropriate for residential
Sorry.
uses. The standard was whether it's suitable for residential uses, and I asked for some
For
clarification. on that.
multifamily, is that correct? Multifamily?
I mean, they haven't demonstrated that the proposed location is not suitable for multifamily residential use. That's what I meant to say that whole time.
Okay. And did you accept?
And I'll take the friendly amendment, thank you.
Have a friendly amendment by Commissioner Gent. Commissioner Berry,
No.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Commissioner Christensen,
Yes.
Commissioner De Oliveira,
No.
Commissioner Paredes,
I'll vote no.
Commissioner Tuttle,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
No.
Commissioner Gent,
Yes.
Commissioner Gale,
Yes.
and the chair votes no. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're 5-5 again.
So at this point, considering both options to approve or deny have failed, it seems like the reasonable course of action is to table the item and ask the applicant to bring back information demonstrating that the site is not suitable.
May I make a motion?
Yeah.
All right. I move that as to this matter, the conditional use petition PL, wow, I need better glasses, PLNPCM 2022-005750, that we table our decision pending further information from the applicant to demonstrate that, let me get the language right, to demonstrate that the proposed location is not suitable for multifamily residential use.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gale and a second by Commissioner Christensen.
Sorry, real quick, before we take a vote, what would happen if most of us vote no on tabling the issue? That's not an option, sounds like, right? We're voting on
We'll
something
be
that's
here
not
all
an
night.
option.
We'll be here all night.
voting over and over. That's what I thought. I'm like, there is no option, really. Perfect.
There's not an easy answer on that
That's
one.
right. Okay.
There's
Just
always the
confirming
option.
that
There is
no
always
option.
the option. You are free to do
I think at
as you
some
feel.
point, if all of your motions fail, you come to the conclusion that nothing is going to pass. I want to read to you a little bit more from section 507 that Nick read earlier. A land use authority shall, and there's that mandatory shall, approve a conditional use if reasonable conditions are proposed or can be imposed to mitigate the reasonably anticipated detrimental effects of the proposed use in accordance with applicable standards. Conditional uses are extremely difficult to deny. I just want to put that on the record. And the language that Nick mentioned from about objective standards was adopted 2 years ago. And the word suitable, and I'll tell you, anytime I see something in the code that says good or nice or suitable or appropriate, these are subjective judgment terms that don't belong in a land use regulation. I'm just going to leave it there.
I think their argument is that it's not destined for multifamily residential use, which does not convince me. And there's a problem with the law, I get that, but I think it's going to change, and they'll have to do it the way that the new rules say, is what I think. Did I second that motion to table? I will.
No,
I
no, you
seconded it.
didn't.
Mike did.
Mike has already done that. So we do have a motion on the table to table it for the moment. But I do think Paul's point about conditional uses in state code is significant. But we have a motion on the table.
I would just add that I think we should always consider what the future intent of the code is going to be when we make decisions, and not always what it currently says, because some of it can be very dated and overridden, so.
Okay, we have a motion to table. Commissioner Gale,
Yes.
Commissioner Gent,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle,
Yes.
Commissioner Paredes,
I really like this project, so, but to break a stalemate, I'll go ahead and vote yes.
Commissioner Christensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Commissioner Barry,
No.
and the chair will vote yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 10-1. Didn't you? Did I miss you? I'm sorry. Commissioner De Oliveira?
No.
No, okay. I will change that on my sheet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 9 to 2, the motion to table passes.
There's only 10 of us.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What did I do?
Cross that one out.
This one?
No, there's no one.
Oh. Okay. So it's 8-2 in favor of tabling, and I would say please come back.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Can I ask a question of legal counsel?
Sure.
What is the definition of appropriate for?
Suitable.
My job is to
suitable
advise
for
the city,
housing?
not the public.
I'm sorry. I didn't understand what you said.
I can't answer your question. I'm not your attorney.
Does anybody want to offer a definition of suitable for housing? You've
At this point,
you've
Chair,
denied
we
this
need to call to
application.
order.
What is
What?
that? What is the definition?
I think that work with staff, and they can help you figure out what you need to come back with. Obviously, we have a divided opinion here. And please come back soon. Okay, item number 2 on the agenda is a zoning map amendment at approximately 1594 South, 1551 South, and 1565 South, 10,000 or 1,000 West, and 1574 South, 900 West. Case number PLN PCM 2022-00733. Hi, Caitlin.
Hi. I will not repeat the mouthful. Just say that this is the presentation for the zoning map amendment at those addresses. Those addresses in question are shown here. The request is to rezone these 4 properties from single-family residential R17000 to RMF 30, which is low-density multifamily residential. And the recommendation is that Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the City Council. So here is a zoning map of the general area. The subject properties are highlighted in blue. That red circle is the regional node at 900 West and 1700 South. As you can see that the subject properties directly abut the regional node on the south property lines, but it also intersects an established single-family neighborhood. So any rezone proposed for these properties will have to ride the line between being appropriate for both contexts. As you can see here, there's a substantial amount of vacant land to the south of these properties, which are in a commercial zone and can be developed commercially. But everything north of that ends a little bit on the 1000 West property or street are single-family zones and duplexes. To give you some context, this is the single-family house on the property that's on 1000 West. That property is a double-wide lot with one house on it. This is the single-family house on 900 West. It is half the width of the other property. And then there's also this landlocked vacant lot in the middle of the block. This is from the south property line looking north, just to give you some context of what this area looks like. As mentioned, this has kind of two contexts, one being in the middle of a single-family residential neighborhood and being adjacent to a regional node. So to give you an idea of what both of those require is the regional nodes encourage high-density residential and compact multifamily use development, or multi-use development. The master plan, West Side Master Plan, which governs this area, the densities suggested for this area, for the zone regional node, are between 50 and 75 dwelling units per acre. Juxtapose that to the neighborhoods, which have a priority of any new infill developments being compatible with existing neighborhoods, and adhere to the prevailing development pattern. So the proposed zone of RMF 30, we believe, does meet both of those contexts in that it is specifically designed to be small-scale multifamily housing that transition between single-family housing and large multifamily housing. And the primary intent is to maintain the existing physical characteristics of the established neighborhoods. So it provides the transition from the regional node to the single-family neighborhoods while also integrating well into the existing neighborhoods as they currently consist. So here's a rough comparison of the existing proposed zone. The existing zone, R17000, its purpose is to provide conventional single-family neighborhoods. And the purpose of the RMF 30 is to integrate multifamily into existing single-family neighborhoods. The building heights are relatively compatible, at 28 feet for the R17000 zone and 30 feet for the RMF 30. And both zones do not permit commercial uses. Based on the findings listed in the staff report, staff opinion that this request does meet applicable standards of approval and recommends the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the City Council.
Is your applicant here? And does he? Do you have a presentation?
I do not.
Okay, just introduce yourself.
Yep, my name is Jordan Ack, and I'm with TAG SLC, who's the applicant on this project.
Okay, I'll open it up to the commission for questions, so they may have questions for you. Any questions?
I do have one question. So I'm very familiar with that area and the developments you've been making. Is there a reason why we didn't push for even higher density? Because that location right there to me is perfect, right by the freeway. You have access to everything and everywhere right there.
Yeah, we actually originally proposed a far more ambitious plan for this entire project. I think 2 or 3 months ago, we were in front of you for what we almost consider phase 1 of this, which was 70 townhomes. We have about 4 acres of land here. Our original project was about 400 units of mixed use, mixed income with a JV partner out of San Diego for that. And we could not get staff support on that project. Which is why we then broke it into 2 phases and took the phase 1, which was allowed as a conditional use for the condo townhome units in phase 1, and then we had to rezone this. So, but we did have a strong desire to, and there was conflict over if we were in the node or not with how our properties were actually configured.
Is that an adjoining property that we're not talking about tonight that's already been approved for something?
Yes, it came a couple months ago.
Does the report reference it somewhere that I can?
No, we didn't consider that project when considering the standards for this project.
But the zoning of that project is reflected in the zoning map.
Yeah, so the previous project you talked about is Zone CB, which is an entirely different zone, and they could do the project with a conditional use rather than needing to rezone the project entirely.
And we approved a conditional use?
Yes.
What use?
It was townhomes. So the conditional use, I believe, was for buildings without property or without street frontage. That
How
was-
many?
It was a planned development.
Or a
that
planned
was
development,
approved.
sorry.
How many units?
70.
Trying to remember it.
Any other questions for staff or the applicant at this time?
So, I have a question, Jordan. So, I'm not necessarily sure how the RMF 30 is, like, it just seems like this is an odd configuration for that zone, plopped in the middle of residential zoning. And so I'm just really curious to get more of your vision of how this really is going to transition well, because I can't quite see it. When I just look at how the zoning is laid out, it seems very misplaced. And so I just would like to hear how you're envisioning this to really be a nice transition between what you're doing here further south and then what's all the residential that's surrounding it.
So is your question, how did we land on the RMF zone? Or how?
It's open-ended. I'd like to just hear, because when I look at this map, it feels very misplaced, and so I don't know that that's the right placement for RMF 30, so I'd like to, since there's no specific proposal with it, I'd like to
Sure.
hear a little bit more of how you're envisioning this so that I can understand.
Okay, I'll try. So had this all been consistently zoned, we would have come forward with just one single cohesive project. But because we had the split zone, that's what sparked this. And then we felt that because of what's happening in this area, specifically with the new Glendale Regional Park, that activation, that this was called out for a node, that this would be an appropriate, and the large swath of vacant property, that this would be an opportunity to add some density. And we wanted to strive for something more than R17 lots, which would have been rather limiting. And then as we go through the process of trying to understand what zones might be appropriate, there's just a lack of this missing middle type zoning. Our original proposal was RMU 35, which specifically in its definition was to transition from commercial, which are how our properties to the south are zoned, to residential, which is to the north. There were some concerns over the potential of commercial uses coming into here. The staff felt that we should keep it more residential, and it was an easy choice to go back to RMF 30. There's RMF 35, basically directly opposite on the other side of 10th West, and there's a number of duplexes that our property backs up to along 10th West as well. So our view is the entire project that we're looking to bring forward will all be 3-story townhomes.
You still look puzzled, Amy. You okay? Okay. If nobody has any more questions at this moment, I'll open the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, you can go up to the podium, state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Sorry if I'm not, as elegant speaking as some of you guys, but my name is Rene Martinez. I live actually next door to that home that he put on, and I live right in front of the big vacant lot with sagebrush. Now, I heard that he wants to bring high density, and my concern is this, and I heard some of you say that you're concerned because of how you can't get around in Salt Lake and the density. Well, we have a hard time enough down 10th West slowing down people that don't belong there, going 50 miles an hour. In a community that's already plagued with violence, drugs, and overpopulated, you want to bring in that many units. Now, I'm all for development. I work in construction. I've worked with Big D. I worked with AK Masonry. I've worked for Chipman Roofing Construction. We do a lot of projects for some of these things. But as far as this neighborhood, you want to bring in a high-density population. everywhere you get a vacant lot, we're getting homeless, more drug, more violence in a residential. So, I mean, I think completely this is a bad idea. It's not because I'm right next door, but all because I tell you, it's already hard enough dealing with people that don't belong there. And I'm sorry, if that offends anybody, I don't care. I live there. My dad sold me that house. My dad has 17 grandkids, 14 great-grandkids. He retired and moved on to Cedar City because he's seen the way the neighborhood was going. And every holiday, that's where we gather. And you're gonna bring in that many more people to somewhere that's already plagued with gangs, violence, and drugs. I know this because the success rate for inmates coming out of prison is 20%, and I'm one of that 20%. My brother's the other 20. I'm not just making my opinion. I am a walking fact. So this is my concern. It's the only thing. So if I didn't speak correctly, I apologize.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's your time. Thank you, sir. Would anyone else like to speak on this? State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name's Gordon Lyman. I live in the neighborhood. I'm a little concerned about changing the property on 10th West, obviously you're going to have to tear out some houses that are already there. And the way I read it was multi-density, not low density, but it was medium density. Tearing out, adding 20, 50, 70 townhomes in that little tiny area on 10th West just seems like you're adding too much congestion. Like you say, there's a lot of traffic around there. I understand that all the property on 9th West is probably already going to be zoned for, is that also their property?
I don't know. Just make your comment.
Okay, sorry. But I think changing the zoning, I can see maybe some duplexes in there, but changing that whole section right there, tearing out, like I say, existing homes, to add in that much density right there when all that other area is still open on 9th West, I think, it should maybe be split up, and, maybe they can change the zoning on 9th West a little different for that property. But I think the swath that's right on 10th West is just, you're adding a large project into the middle of single-family homes, and then 3 stories when all the houses around there are only 1 split levels. Very few of them are 2-level high. Their split level is normal in that area. So that's just my concern, is it's not in place for the existing residences right on that street. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that wants to speak on this topic? Okay, seeing no one, any emails? I guess we need more microphones, huh?
We did receive one email after the 5 o'clock deadline. The email reads, when will this project start and how long are they required to keep the place looking decent? It is a mess right now, the whole yard. They're going through the garage, which is fine, but they have built another shed on the property. I want to keep the value of my property up, and that is hard to do with such a mess in the neighborhood. My understanding was they were going to tear down the house that's there. When will that take place? Please do not use my name. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you. We'll close the public hearing now and bring it back to staff and the commission.
A point of order, Madam Chair. Do we allow anonymous comments during the public hearing?
Did you read a name for that?
I mean, if the person doesn't want their name on record, that's fine, but then I'm just wondering whether we can consider it if it is anonymous.
Did you say it arrived after a deadline as well? After a 5 o'clock deadline?
No, the 5 o'clock deadline's when it gets published.
I
It
see.
gets in the
I
Dropbox.
see.
Hello again. I've actually been asked this question in the past, and I think it is problematic to have anonymous comment. And it would take me a minute to find the provision of the code. I think it's in 21A10 that indicates that people are supposed to. I don't know if I don't recall the specific verbiage, but something to the effect that you shall identify yourself, something. I don't know that you can unhear it, but
Move it. I've forgotten it already. We can strike it from the minutes.
Just don't consider that comment in your decision.
Okay. Anyone have any discussion or?
The thing, one thing to consider is that the way that it's currently, like, this neighborhood's pretty cool. It's got houses of all different sizes and types. It's got real old houses and some houses that aren't that old. You can already build a house that's 28 feet tall with the current zoning. So for them to build a 3-story house, I mean, they can only go up 30 feet, right? Does that sound right? So it really is only changing the rules by a house that's 2 feet taller. So it's not a huge change. But I hear what you say about your neighborhood and that this is a home that's been in your family for a long time. I mean, not these specific homes. How many homes are you tearing down?
In this proposal, too.
2. That's what I thought, 1 on each side. The roads are super wide out there, so I totally believe that people just speed around. But I also think I'm hopeful that since they're not building like a 10-story skyscraper, that they're going to build townhomes, that it will be new neighbors that are good neighbors. You know what I mean? Like more people, lots of times we say we need more eyes on the street, which means more people who have doors and windows that face the directions all around here that will encourage good behavior in the neighborhood. So I'm super hopeful for that. And I think it is a great neighborhood that could have more great neighbors. So that's what I think.
Yeah, I guess I'm also sympathetic to Commissioner Burrow's comment about kind of eyes on the street. I'm very sympathetic to the concerns about people speeding. Ironically, more traffic congestion with cars will, it actually reduces speeding. But I would encourage people in that neighborhood who are concerned to correspond with the transportation department, because there's money from the city for traffic calming in your neighborhood, and if you ask for it, the squeaky wheel gets some oil, because I'm very sympathetic that it's super frustrating when we hear people speed. And I hope that some of those, I can't remember the name of the initiative from the city dollars for this. Somebody remembers this, the traffic calming money. But, hopefully some of that goes into that neighborhood, because I'm sorry that that's happening in your neighborhood.
I do want to ask a question of Jason. Just let's pretend we didn't hear the comment about the land being uncapped, but there is property that belongs to TAG that's uncapped. What are you going to do to help? Because you're not going to be able to build townhomes behind Marine Products tomorrow, even though that's your land. What are you going to do to take care of that?
People coming onto the property is actually a really interesting situation that landowners are in, and it takes quite a large effort and work with the sheriff's department to get people off of the property. So it's a constant challenge, both on vacant properties and unoccupied properties as well, with people breaking in. I wish I had a better answer. It takes constant vigilance. Maybe we could put up a fence. We've done that. They've, people, not at that property you're referring to, but people have, still taken it down and parked on there. And we can't get people to tow those vehicles for all sorts of reasons that I can talk about. So we have to rely on our partnership with the sheriff's office.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
All right.
Oh, wait, I had a discussion item. Sorry. I know. So I am concerned as this question as a zoning map amendment that the eventual project with this, the height I think is totally appropriate, as Commissioner Burrows pointed out, 30 to 28 feet, that's fine. And I live in an RMF 35 zone, and it's a real mix, and it's fine. But I don't know that the configuration of this particular proposed 3 lots for this zoning map amendment is an appropriate transition there, because the eventual project for the density you'll probably need will ultimately most likely be a planned development. You'll have units not facing the street, so you'll have a lot of density in there and your own little private road circulating somehow, however that turns out. And I think because this is in like the mid block, this doesn't feel like the appropriate transition zone for a zoning map amendment. I think if it were configured in a way that wasn't bisecting this residential, it would feel more appropriate. But the way it is, I'm not supporting this particular zoning map amendment, because I know the density that you're going to end up proposing and configuring will really not, it'll be bisecting things that aren't fitting it. If it was a true transition and a nice swath, whether it took this section from 9th to 10th West, it's all of those homes from 1635 to 1561 that I feel like is the problem here in this zoning map amendment, to creating an actual smooth transition for what the project ultimately I think will look like. So that's where I'm at on that.
Levi?
Okay, on PLN PCM 2022-00733 zoning map amendment, I make let's see, based on the information presented and discussed, I move that the commission recommend that the city council approve this zoning map amendment proposal.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner De Oliveira and a second by Commissioner Christensen. Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Gent.
Yes.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Paredes.
It is my hope that this will diminish the problems with neighbors and issues like that. So yeah, I vote yes.
Commissioner De Oliveira.
Yes.
Commissioner Christensen.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Barry.
No.
And the chair will also vote yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 yeses and 1 no. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Good luck. Okay, we'll move on to item number 3, a zoning map amendment at approximately 510 South, 200 West. Case number PLN PCM 2022-01108. Welcome, Diana.
Thank you. Good evening.
Oh, thank you.
Audio difficulties. We're going to wait a minute.
Okay. Yes, we have to be able to hear you.
Hi. How are you? Good. Is Jason? Oh, you're Jason. Sorry. Is Wade not coming?
No, he will not be here.
Okay.
So, just me.
Okay. Do you want?
I think she's ready.
If you want to.
Diana?
Okay.
Are
I'm
you
so sorry.
are you up?
Yes,
No, that's
I'm
okay.
up. Yes. Oh, sorry. I am actually not up. Sorry. Okay. All right. Here we go. This is a zoning map amendment for 510 South, 200 West. This is the property. It's on the southwest corner of 5th South and 200 West, as you can see on the map. This is primarily a commercial area, office buildings, hotels, no low density residential. The request is to rezone the property from D2, which is Downtown Support District, to D1, which is Central Business District. The subject property size is just over an acre. It is, like I said, located at the southwest corner of 5th, as you can see to the north, and 2nd West is on the east side of it. The property is on the edge of the Central Business District. This area specifically is considered within the Grand Boulevard District of the Downtown Master Plan. 5th South, or 500 South, excuse me, is a major corridor road going from the downtown area westward, leading to Interstate 15, the highway, and it is a connection road for the Granary District, which is to the south. Growth is extending to this area, to the south and the west of the central downtown area. There has been an increased development pressure to the city for taller buildings and mixed uses in this area, primarily because it is not a low-density residential area. It is quite compatible with taller buildings. On August 24th of last year, the Planning Commission voted to send a favorable recommendation to the City Council for the proposed downtown building height ordinance, which proposed modifications to the D1 and the D2 zones. At this time, the applicant does not have a development plan. That is not required with this application. However, they have indicated possibly a residential commercial mixed use. Based on the findings and analysis in this staff report and the factors to consider for zoning map amendments, planning staff recommends that the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the City Council regarding this proposal. I have added, and I wish I had this earlier for grants, but this is showing you the differences on the D2 zoning and the D1 when it comes into regards to the building height. So on the left-hand side, we have the D2 zoning, the current ordinance requirements for the height. It is up to 65 feet tall by right, and then anything above 65 feet up to 120 feet tall is subject to the design review process. On the right-hand side, I show the D1 zoning with the current ordinance requirements and the D1 zoning under the proposed downtown building height ordinance. The current ordinance is a minimum height of 100 feet and not more than 375 feet by right. Anything above 375 feet requires the design review process, and it only has one design standard. So that design standard is for ground floor glass. Under the proposed downtown building height ordinance, it would be up to 200 feet by right, and then anything above 200 feet would be subject to design review process. But there are considerable, like Nick had mentioned before, there are considerable additional standards that would be implemented. That is my presentation. The applicant is here, and
Okay.
he does have a presentation.
Okay, introduce yourself, and
Thank you.
you'll have
Madam
about
Chair.
10 minutes.
That's fine. I don't anticipate taking anywhere near that. My name is Jason Bowl. I work for Snell and Wilmer. I'm an urban planner. Our firm represents the property owner. We are we're grateful for staff and the thorough review. We're grateful for the opportunity to be here and to talk with you about the proposed zoning amendment. And so if you want to, we kind of got an idea of where it's at. I'm going to go to the next one. We'll kind of skim through, actually. So this is the existing zoning. It is adjacent to D1 zoning. We watched very closely as you discussed the changes being made to the D1, potentially to the D2 and D3 zoning districts. We understood early in the conversations there was the potential of the D1 district actually being expanded, but that didn't move forward. And so that was one of the reasons why we're here seeking this rezone is, we like the opportunity the new standards provide and to create a project that is in the Grand Boulevard location along this entryway into the city, along the entryway to the Granary that is close to transit, As staff identified, there's 2 or 3 tracks locations within 3 blocks of this location. There's a bus route along the frontage. There is an existing business.
Mr. Bolt, can you get that microphone really close to your mouth so
Sorry.
we can hear? Thank you.
Yeah, there
Oh.
you go. That's
Oh.
better.
That's not better for me. That's a little awkward. All right. So there is an existing office building there with an existing surface parking lot, and we're excited about the potential of the rezoning to the D1 and understanding the design standards and the requirements that come with the newly adopted, hopefully newly adopted. We understand City Council hasn't adopted them yet. Development standards in the D1 zone. If you want to continue on. So this is the proposal. Again, can I go into the next one? It is on the Grand Boulevards, and we feel that this is a great location for a property to redevelop. As I mentioned, it is in the entryway, and the standards in the D1 zone, bringing buildings closer, eliminating those surface parking lots along the street. This is a great location to accomplish the goals in the general plan and in the zoning code. And looking at the downtown plan and the Grand Boulevards, it does talk about creating incentives for housing and providing housing in smaller units and smaller suites in spaces, in towers or in spaces above busy commercial areas. And so we feel that this change does fit very well with the general plan, with the downtown plan. You can continue on. There, we just walked through some points. And this is just so you're aware of the existing building that's on there, the existing office building, and the surface parking lot there on the corner. We don't have a development proposal at this time. As was mentioned, high-density residential, mixed-use, commercial, the uses that are available in the D1 zone we feel are appropriate for the vision that we have. And moving away from a lot of the surface-based or automotive-based uses that are permitted in the D2 zone, as opposed to more intense commercial uses or more dense residential uses, is what it is we'd be seeking to do on this property in the future. And I think that is all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant or staff at this time? Oh, seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. So is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on this particular item? Seeing none, are there any emails? No emails. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for discussion or a motion.
I'd like to make a motion if we have no discussion. Based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission recommend that the city council approve the zoning map amendment proposal.
I second.
Who was that?
Me,
You?
Commissioner
Okay.
Gale.
I just heard a voice over there.
It's a voice.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Christensen and a second by Commissioner Gale. Commissioner Berry,
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Commissioner Christensen,
Yes.
Commissioner De Oliveira,
Yes.
Commissioner Paredes,
I'll vote yes.
Commissioner Tuttle,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Gent,
Yes.
Commissioner Gale,
Yes.
and the chair will also vote yes. You have a unanimous vote.
Thank you.
It passes. Good luck with the council.
Thank you. Good night.
Madam Chair, can we take
You
a break?
need a break now, don't you?
Break, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute break and be back and ready for work. Levi. Okay, we'll give him a moment.
Do we fill these moments with like musical theater songs?
Say what?
Do we fill these moments with comedy routines, musical theater songs?
Only if you're performing.
No, we usually just read the code.
I hear ya.
Okay.
I don't do it for fun.
Okay, Levi can catch up when he gets here. So we'll move on to item number 4, which is a zoning map amendment at approximately 2350 North and annexation at approximately 2441 North Rose Park Lane, which is applications PLN PCM 2021-01124 and PLN PCM 2021-01134. So, Daniel.
Thank you. So again, this is a rezone and annexation request for properties at 2350 and 2441 North Rose Park Lane. So this is a rezone request by J. Wright Properties. There's 2 requests involved. One is a zoning map amendment for 2350 North Rose Park Lane. The request is from the AG2 agricultural zone to the RMU residential / mixed use zone. Also part of this request is an annexation from the county into the city. As part of that, there is a zoning request, and the request is to apply the RMU zone to the 2441 North property that's owned by J. Wright. And then the city is proposing the OS zone for the state-owned property at 2462 and the OS zone, or open space zone, for the 2440 North city property. And the purpose of this is to accommodate an 1,800 unit multifamily development on the J. Wright properties. And just to be clear, the state and city properties are not involved in that development. They'll continue to be used for the RAC and the OHV facility that the state owns to the north. And just up front, staff is recommending a positive recommendation to the City Council with several conditions that I'll get into in these slides. So just for some context, the properties are located just off of the I-215 interchange exit at the 2100 North interchange. After getting off the interchange, you get right onto Rose Park Lane, and that's where the properties are located. So to the southeast of the properties is the Salt Lake Regional Athletic Complex. Then to the north of that is the Jordan River OHV State Recreational Area, which is the state park. And then to the east of those properties is the Jordan River Trail. And then to the north of the properties is some county land that's used for grazing. And to the west is I-215, followed by properties that are zoned for agricultural and industrial uses. So just for some future context, the state recently funded $1 million toward a future north access road on the north side of the RAC property, and you can see that on the map shown with the orange dashed line. That area of the property is also part of a phase 2 for the regional athletic complex. That hasn't been funded yet, and there's no specific time frame for that, but that is the long-term plan. So as far as process, as far as process and standards of consideration, so the first part is the zoning map amendment to the property highlighted in yellow. That property is already in the city. This requires review against the standard city rezone considerations, which are consistency with master plans, compatibility and impacts to adjacent properties, and impacts to city services. The annexation is a little different. There's no formal consideration standards. The properties, there are some state requirements just to get in the door. You can't be creating a weird peninsula of city land and county land or vice versa. So that is the reason why the state and city properties are actually included in this annexation request. But again, there's no formal consideration standards, but there is a requirement that a zone be applied when a property is annexed into the city. We use the zoning map amendment standards to review the proposed zoning that is requested for the properties. And the reason this before the commission is because the city council referred this petition to the planning commission for recommendation on those zoning requests.
So I'm just going to go over the requested RMU zone that the applicant's requesting for their property. So there is a maximum height of 75 feet for multifamily or mixed-use developments. That's a little lower for non-residential uses at 45 feet. Setbacks are limited with no front or side setbacks required, but there is a 30-foot rear setback required. As far as there is a maximum setback in this zone, so the intent of that is to pull buildings closer to the street. And then there is an open space requirement for development here of 20% of the lot area. And because this property is next to the freeway, there is a requirement for a freeway landscape buffer that's 20 feet wide, which requires shade trees every 300 square feet. That's about equivalent to a shade tree every 15 feet if you do that linearly. And as far as allowed uses in this zone, multifamily is allowed and a number of low intensity commercial uses, which include retail, restaurant, and office uses. So as far as major considerations here, there are a number of them. The first one is plan considerations. So the city property and the state property are located in the Rose Park Plan, which specifies that these should be open space or agricultural in the future. And in this case, we are specifically requesting the open space zone be applied to the properties. And the reason for that is so that they can be used for the rack facility and also the OHV facility going forward. The J. Wright properties, the private properties at 2350 and 2441 are a little different. The Rose Park Plan does again call for open space or agricultural, but the reason for that in the plan is so that the properties would be compatible with the state recreational, the OHV facility, and the open space land uses there, which would be the rack. So staff believes that residential is definitely compatible with recreational uses, and there are a number of citywide policies in our citywide master plan that support additional housing throughout the city. Some of those include access to healthy lifestyles, which would be recreational access, access to the rack, access to the Jordan River Trail, redevelopment of underutilized property, and locating near existing development. And while there does need to be existing infrastructure, so while there needs to be some infrastructure improvements here, the city and state have planned significant infrastructure improvements with that north access road and the future rack improvements. So we think there would essentially be existing infrastructure there. So based on that compatibility and the citywide policies, we believe there is sufficient policy support to recommend approval of the zoning requests. So as far as public improvements goes, the applicant did submit a traffic study that showed a need for roadway improvements adjacent to the site. The abutting roadway, Rose Park Lane, is pretty much just an asphalt roadway. It doesn't have any curb and gutter or utilities at this point. So we did include recommended conditions in the staff report. One of those is to install the phased improvements that I identified in the traffic study. So those improvements are highlighted in red on the map. The first of those is signal and turn lane improvements at the interchange, then additional turn lanes at the Rose Park Lane intersection with that interchange frontage road. And those two improvements would support up to 500 units on the property. Beyond that 500 units on the property, a new north access road would be required to accommodate that traffic. Then in addition to that, the roadway adjacent to the property does need to be improved. It does need new curb and gutter. It needs new paving. So that would also be a condition of approval for any development on the site. On top of that, there would need to be new sidewalks and a crosswalk to link the property to the existing sidewalks at the rack facility. So those are also a condition of approval. And then public utilities, as noted, there are significant utility improvements that are required. So we are just putting those up front as a condition as well. So we've also included a few conditions on the RMU zone itself. The RMU has no parking requirement because it's mostly mapped in higher transit areas. This site has no current transit access. So we are recommending the general context parking requirements be applied to this request just because it has low or no transit access at this point. Those general context parking requirements, for example, would include 1 1/4 parking stalls for 2-bedroom units, and for commercial use, it would be 2 spaces for every 1,000 square feet of retail. The RMU zone also has a maximum front setback of 15 feet, and in this case, Public Utilities recommended a condition for a 50-foot setback from the city drain or canal that runs adjacent to the property. So those two setbacks definitely conflict, so we are recommending waiving that RMU setback where that canal setback conflicts with that. Another consideration for rezones next to freeways has been noise and air pollution. So we are recommending condition that noise attenuation be required for any buildings that are built on the site. The noise levels here next to the freeway are similar to those that you get next to the airport. And the airport has a requirement for 30 decibels of attenuation for bedrooms for properties next to the airport. So we are recommending the same requirement be applied here. Additionally, freeway landscaping is already required, which could help mitigate some of the pollution from the I-215. But we did get a public comment about HVAC systems and potential filtration. So we are recommending an additional condition that's not in the staff report to require MERV 13 rated air filters in any HVAC systems, just to reduce the potential PM 2.5 pollution that you get from the freeway. Another use next to the property that might be an issue is the OHV park. The ATVs can be kind of loud sometimes, and they can kick up a lot of dust. The dust can have some negative health impacts as well. So we were recommending that a notice be provided to any tenants or future owners about the potential noise, and we are recommending that the same freeway landscape buffer be installed next to the OHV park just to capture any of that fugitive dust. And just one other thing to point out, the applicant did originally request the RMF 75 zone, but that would not allow for any retail or any local services on the site. So we discussed that with the applicant and ultimately recommended the mixed use zone just to allow potential retail services on the same property. And we did look at other zones of potential impacts. One of those would be the higher impact zones of general commercial or industrial zones, but those generally would have higher impact uses, potentially loud outdoor mechanical uses that could have negative impacts on the RAC. So we would not recommend that. But we did feel that the RMU had the right balance of residential but also lower intensity commercial uses that wouldn't have negative impacts on the recreational facilities. They could even provide additional recreational users and additional eyes on these recreational spaces like the Jordan River Trail. So the applicant did provide a concept site plan, but this isn't a formal plan submitted for review. It does show 1,800 dwelling units, and I'll let the applicant get into details they want in their presentation, but I'll just note that a plan development would likely be required with the current configuration because the buildings do not have public street frontage, and that's a common request that comes before the commission. So as far as public input, we did receive 2 letters that were generally opposed to the residential zone. We received 1 letter with conditions related to health and air quality, and as a result are recommending the additional condition. We did not receive a formal letter from the community council, but they did meet with the applicant on at least 2 different occasions. And following publication of the staff report, we did receive some phone calls, and the RAC was a topic of one of those phone calls, or at least 2 of those phone calls, and it is kind of a hot topic for that neighborhood. So I just wanted to clarify that the Regional Athletic Center does not currently have drop-in play hours. You actually have to reserve a playtime. You have to have an insurance policy in place. So that generally tends to mean that you have to be part of an organized group to use the RAC facility. We also received a couple concerns about construction impacts that could occur with development of the site. We are recommending a potential condition that the commission can include as well in their motion to direct staff to work on a condition regarding construction mitigation, just to limit any potential negative impacts to properties out there when the property is developed. So with that, again, we are recommending a positive recommendation with those conditions in the staff report, and then those 2 additional conditions that aren't in the report are listed on the slide here as well. And with that, I can take any questions, or the applicant is here as well.
We'll let the applicant, if they have a presentation, do that. Do you have a presentation for this? Okay, same.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason Bull, Snell and Wilmer. I'm here with Jay Bullwinkle. We are here representing the property owner, and again, excited for the opportunity to be here. This is a bit of a unique application that you probably don't see very many, where it includes an annexation and a rezone request. The impetus, the reason, one of the main reasons for this request, this application, is that the property is under two jurisdictions currently. The southern portion lies within Salt Lake City, and the northern portion is within Salt Lake County. And it is difficult to utilize a property, develop a property in two jurisdictions. And so that is the reason for the request, the annexation request. And we had started the process with Salt Lake County, proposing just to annex our property. They requested that we actually expand the property being annexed to include the city property and the state property. And so that is why we're here at this point, as opposed to not being here sooner. And we were happy to accommodate them in their request. So this is just kind of a general map that shows why it is we're here. So the dark red is the application to rezone. The pink is the parcel that we're looking to annex and rezone. And then the blue parcels are part of the annexation request. And they will be rezoned as well, but they're not part of our application for a rezone. As was mentioned, this is located in the Rose Park Small Area Plan. It is a little bit of an older plan, unique plan, but we feel that the use that we're proposing, the use that we've applied for, and the zone that we've applied for fits very well within this plan. Where, as staff had talked about, it does talk about the recreational uses and the importance of those recreational uses, and having zoning districts and other uses that are compatible with those uses. As the discussion item in that zone, it talks about land uses to be compatible with the state recreation and open space land uses. Again, we feel that as we had presented to staff, and we're grateful for their feedback and input, where we had presented and talked about the potential of a residential development, and their suggestion that a mixed-use development might be more appropriate to provide those smaller scale, local commercial mixed-use type uses is very appropriate. We're grateful for that feedback and excited about the opportunity that provides for the development. So this is the current zoning within the city. The southern portion is AG2, and then the northern portion in the county is currently A5 zoning. And this is what we would propose the zoning be changed to, is the regional mixed use. We do have a concept site plan that shows the potential of what development on the site would look like, as was mentioned. We recognize that this isn't, we're not here for approval of this plan. We're here for approval of the zoning in order so that we can understand the framework where we can fine tune a plan and the standards which would apply to that plan. But just so you're aware, we have thought through this process. We have thought through what the design may look like and what considerations we have to consider and conditions we have to consider as we move forward with a development plan. So as was mentioned, this proposed roadway is a big part of adding additional density. One of the things that staff mentioned, I think it's really important to note, is the proposed trail that goes along that would connect this development to the Jordan River Parkway, expanding recreational opportunities for residents here. And as was mentioned, there may not be transit available on the site, but we look forward to the possibility of being able to utilize the recreational facilities, the trails, the Jordan River Parkway, and adding additional density, which increases the likelihood and possibility of transit in the future. So here again, there's some site renderings of potentially what the project may look like to give you an idea based on that site plan and the zoning district. So we've read through the conditions of approval, and we don't have any concerns with the conditions of approval. Again, we recognize this is a bit of a unique location and unique request with the annexation and rezone. and understand that it's not a cookie cutter type application, and we're totally willing to work with staff on, as they suggested even tonight, on construction mitigation plan, as well as the other conditions that have been proposed through the process. So, and I think that is all that we have at this time. We're happy to answer any questions when it's appropriate.
Questions for the applicant or staff? Not now, not now. From the commission?
I guess a quick question. I realize we were voting on the rezone, not on the specific design at this point, and whether or not the design comes forward. But I just, I don't know if Gardner is now breaking out our rent growth projections and sort of what is in the pipeline by unit mix, and I don't know if you guys have seen this. It might just be worth looking into before you finalize that unit mix. It's on their website. It's, very detailed in terms of what is in the pipeline and what they foresee demand of each type. So.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Anyone else have
I
any
have a
questions?
question. It sounded like you've been in discussion with the county, and I just want some clarification. I don't know if you can pull up a map. I'm looking at the Salt Lake County Recorder's map, and it looks to me like this annexation is going to result in what is likely an illegal island or peninsula left in the unincorporated county. And so I just want to we can do whatever we want. I don't know if you've talked to the county. What have they said about that? Do you have the county boundaries up there?
So I do not have the county boundaries, but on this map, the city boundaries, so the AG I don't know if
Right.
the mouse. So this portion is inside city limits. This is what would be annexed. This is already within city limits. And so we have examined the boundaries. This portion actually is not annexed, and so there is an existing peninsula that exists within the county, and that our annexation meets state statute in regards to the peninsulas and islands. We're not creating an island. In fact,
So I'm looking at the picture and with the parcel, and it does create an island to that other side of I-215. Again, the county can object to that, but I just raise it because that whole area, like the boundaries of the city versus the county, is a disaster. And I just wanted to be clear that you've talked to the county and okay.
So I just want to clarify that. I think the portion that you're talking about, I don't know if you can see the mouse here, is this area here where
So that's where they're counting it's a peninsula and rather than an island?
Yeah, so it isn't completely breaking it off. There's about, I think, 500 feet between those two boundaries, and these are approximate boundaries. But the county surveyor and the city surveyor both had to look at this and verify that it wasn't going to create an island there.
So did you say early in the presentation when you were talking about it that the city parcels were added because they were afraid that was going to create a peninsula?
Yes, originally the city and state properties right on the right side wouldn't be included and would create this new narrow peninsula surrounded by Davis County on the right and then city on the left. So,
Anyone else? Okay, hang tight. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone from the community council here that wishes to speak? You know the drill. You get 5 minutes. I was the former community council chair. Are you the current community council chair? Oh, you?
So she should be able to speak too also.
Oh, she'll be able to speak. The community council gets the first
Try to keep this
crack at it, yeah.
Okay. Where's the timer?
It's right here.
Don't count my time while I'm looking for my clock, okay? Thank you.
Okay, I'll keep track of it for you, okay? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
State your name for the record, please.
So I'm Dorothy Pappas Owen, and I'm the former chair of the board of West Point Community Council. I'm currently on the board. I'm here speaking for the board. I'm particularly speaking because this project started when I was the chair, and I have worked with it on a number of occasions. I'm here to make 2 corrections. There's a lot to talk about in this, and you know that. I'm just going to talk about 2 corrections to the staff report. and I'll have other people deal with other parts of this. First, when you look at the community comment section of the staff report, it says that there was not any community comments. And while that is technically accurate, that for this particular meeting, there was not a formal letter submitted, and it was not submitted because the Community Council Board was very involved with the North Point Master Plan. We're a volunteer organization. We had to make a choice where we're going to spend our time, and that's where we spent it. And that. However, we have been dealing with this issue for 3 years. I think the developer was accurate when he said that the last time he met with us was in January of 2020. I checked our minutes, and that is correct. Since that time, our minutes show at that time that we would be gathering further information on this, and that we would then make recommendations to the Planning Commission. There was no other meetings after that. We showed that there was a number of times we made contact with the developer. We're told they were working on annexation. In January of 2021, we were told the annexation proposal would be available within a few months, and here we are now, and it's still not done. So I just want you to know that there has been a number of times the developer's been very good to come out and visit with us on this, but because it was all informal, there's not a written record of those things. The reason it was informal was because Planning and Zoning referred the developer to us at the beginning because he knew, and he was correct, that there were lots of issues and it would be helpful to talk to the community early. That was good. There hasn't been a lot of contact for the last 3 years. We assumed that the reason that was happening was, one, this is a really tough land to develop, and two, we were waiting for the North Point Master Plan to be developed because we felt that that would be a vehicle to help address some of the same issues with this land. Even though it's not in North Point, it's a lot of the same issues on that. So I asked that
You're at 2 minutes.
Okay, so I asked that that be adjusted to reflect that we met many times with them, and the concerns have to do with crime in the area because it's very isolated. We see it as a very transient facility. We see it as a very poor location for a lot of things, but I'm going to have other people deal with those things. I'm not going to. What I want to talk about is the fact that the staff report, which is very complete, talks about the fact that this project does not comply with the Rose Park Small Area Master Plan, but that there are 2 reasons why that is not a problem. One is that this will provide housing for the city, and that is part of other plans, and that would make it allowable to do this project. And the other one is that it is contiguous to a recreational athletic facility. And that is just wrong. It's inaccurate. I don't blame anybody for it, because if you don't live in the area, you don't really understand how the RAC, which is the Regional Athletic Facility Complex, works. The Regional Athletic Complex does not provide any recreational services. There are no youth in the community that have access to that facility. That is because you have to be a member of a league. That is part of the purpose of the Regional Athletic Complex, is to provide tournaments for leagues. We have had many complaints about this by the neighbors. The average, when we've talked to members who are on the league, the average cost for a member is $2,000 a year per youth to be on a league. The RAC has a goal of having 10% of their participants be from the local area. They have never been able to meet that goal. That's not their fault. That is a decision, a policy decision of the city. The city has set the purpose of that to be a source of economic tourism, and it is funded that way. And that they do not have the staff or the facilities to do recreational.
Thank you, Dorothy. That's your time.
Don't count on this providing housing and don't count on it doing athletic activities.
Thank you. Okay, I have some cards for people that filled these out that want to speak on this, and as the public, you'll have 2 minutes. Rhonda Devereaux. Okay, state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Rhonda Devereaux. I share a property line with this proposed development. I'm to the north of it. And I would just like to first off mention that I have a 20-foot right-of-way on the west side of the property that is offset by the 5 feet from the freeway. So there's the freeway property line, there's 5 feet moving east, and then there's another 20 feet for my irrigation. I have been blocked from using my irrigation for the last several years because they have brought in copious amounts of dirt to raise the soil level in the fields out there, which makes it dangerous for me to walk the ditch because there's between 15 and 20 feet of loose dirt piled right up to the edge of my irrigation ditch. I have another 15 feet to monitor and maintain my irrigation ditch, which I'm unable to use. That beef being aside, when you look at their diagrams, the fact that there is an easement across that property that takes up theoretically 25 feet from the freeway property in, and then you look at a 50-foot offset from the Salt Lake Drainage Canal to the west, you have a really narrow piece of land that they're going to try and house 1,800 units on in an area where the water table is at about 7 feet. And we know that the water table is excruciatingly high because several years ago, their bridge, when it was Hunter Stable, I believe it was Hunter Stable, maybe they had already transferred, started to collapse, and they redirected the canal, the city drain, in order to pour pylons and put a new bridge in, and they could not find dry dirt.
That's your 2 minutes. Thank you, Rhonda. The next card that I have is, is Chris McCormick. Be sure to state your name for the record.
Thank you. My name is Chris McCormick. I appreciate the time. The word that stands out to me when we're having this discussion is compatibility. And I'd just like to step back for a second and talk about the bigger issue here, which in my mind has to do with what we tout when we come to this valley and this state, which is outdoors, and the kind of lifestyle that we're all looking for. One thing that we haven't mentioned here is the fact that on the Hunter Stables there are still existing about 50 to 60 horses that live there. And I realize that's private property, and so at this point not much can be done about that if they decide they want to change that. However, it is part of a lifestyle for a lot of people. And when we do go out there and use the facilities, the complex that houses the soccer fields, there are, from time to time, when they have big events and activities, hundreds of cars parked along the sides of the road everywhere, and a lot of people that attend that facility. I can't imagine how they would be able to construct that in such a way that they would be able to allow 1,800 multifamily homes to be there and not interfere with what's going on in terms of our lifestyle or in outdoor activities. So close to the city, that's one of the beautiful things about this. It's just 10 minutes away. So it might be an obscure little piece of land out there, but it certainly represents a lot to many people. And then we've talked about the state park or the track being on the other side. So I know I did reach out to Governor Cox and didn't hear back, but I know he's also a horse owner and talks to people about coming home, which I have done from the state of Connecticut and also lived in Arizona. And this kind of thing just happens as, you know, we continue to progress, and it gets harder and harder to find a place to participate in these particular activities. Thank you.
Thank you. The next card I have is Cindy Cromer.
Hi. You talked earlier tonight about consistency across your various decisions. I'm going to get to that in a minute. I have 3 things I want to share with you. One is kind of breaking news. I just made progress on this last Friday regarding piecemeal annexation, which really guarantees you're going to have poor enforcement and lack of coordination of services. And I'm urging you to ask the staff to give you a briefing on how the Special Improvement District, not the county, is in charge and what has to happen to get a comprehensive process going instead of proceeding the way we have been. It is essential to the health of the Great Salt Lake that we have coordination of governmental efforts near the lake. That's number one. Number two, this staff report is amazing, consistent with Daniel's work. It contains one of the longest lists of conditions of approval I have ever seen. But it doesn't require the necessary road improvements occur prior to construction. It does suggest that you need to consider that, thank goodness, because we are seeing a nightmare play out in North Point on 2200 West, where the trucks for a 1 million square foot facility make their way down a country road which is no longer a safe place to travel on foot or bicycle. And the permits from the county were not in place. Neither was the road that you were promised, leading back to my first point about annexation and coordination of governments. Number three, it is inconceivable that you could conclude that there is no place for housing in North Point, west of 215, but room for 1,800 units immediately east of the freeway. It is unreasonable to decide that future airline traffic above North Point makes it unusable for residences, but the noise and pollution from the freeway is just fine on Rose Park Lane next to an off-road vehicle park. It is hard for me to imagine a place more ill-suited for high-density residential use than this one. And if you took all the precautions with the hotel property in terms of noise attenuation when you removed it from the airport overlay at the expense of the organization providing supported housing, I see nothing about measuring ambient levels of noise here. I urge you to be consistent with your decisions on North Point and the supported housing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next card I have is Kathy Nielsen, and you'll have 2 minutes. State your name for the record, please.
Kathy Nielsen. I'll be very quick. So I was community council chair 2000 to 2006. I know the area really well. There's 100 different things that I have issues with. One is that there's so many mosquitoes out there that'll carry all 1,800 apartments away. It's not really inhabitable for people to live out there because of the mosquito issues. The canal is a big danger. I think thinking that you're going to do a 15-foot distance away from the canal to the buildings is ridiculous. It needs to be further than that. There's a lot of things that need to be done in order to make sure the canal works for the purpose of the Great Salt Lake and the runoff. I appreciate Hunter Stables and their facility, and there's getting to be less and less places where people can keep horses, and I appreciate every day that I can keep my horse there. One problem that I've seen is that they've built a lot of apartments over on North Temple, and there's one just off of North Temple and Redwood Road. They didn't consider the parking issues, and there are cars everywhere, and I don't see how the parking that's being put in place for that many apartments that it's going to work. As far as the annexation, I don't see how it fits into our community. It will have an island of community that will be unto itself, that will be the size of the rest of the community. There's about 3,000 or 3,500 residents in the West Point community, and you're going to double the number of people by putting 1,850 apartments in that area. It's a bad fit. I understand that the landowners have the right to do what they want to do with their land, and I understand that. But it's not a good fit for the community the way that it's being proposed. Multi-use, I thought there was a two-story building limit on that housing in that area, or in buildings in that area, and that's above that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak? Okay, take the gentleman behind you first. Be sure to state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Terry Marasco. I live in the Jordan Meadows community, but I'm a representative of the West Point Community Council. I wrote the letter about air quality, and I guess you've all seen that, but I want to emphasize a few things. The west side is the most polluted area in the state, the refineries, the mines, et cetera, you know that. I-215 is now open to Legacy Parkway, which means diesel trucks will be coming through within maybe 100 feet of these units. Diesel pollution is the worst, 10 times worse than cars. So I recommended, and I strongly recommend, that the systems, the HVAC systems, be very, very advanced beyond what the filters are described in the plan. The second part is using the template where you will notify about sound. You need to notify these residents of the chronic air pollution that they will be exposed to. Sound might hurt your ears. Diesel fuel emissions will kill you. The West Side schools, by the way, according to the research I gave you, based on the effect of young children and air pollution who could be living in these apartments, West Side schools are performing at 12% at third grade level right now. There's all kinds of problems. The Rose Park monitor, air monitor, goes red first when there's a bad air day. So this whole combination of pollution focused on this area, given I-215 is right there, needs to be resolved with a good HVAC system, et cetera. I also recommended a tree buffer zone on the other side of the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, sir, step up and state your name for the record, please.
I'm Ken Kingston. I actually live at 2825 North Rose Park Lane. One thing that you need to take into consideration too is this road going up to road, I'm at the north. They say it's just grazing up there. No, there are 2 residents. We do live up there. This is a dead-end road. There is no access out that other end. Everything has to come through this intersection down on 215. Now, with the RAC, the soccer fields and everything, they hold events there in the summer, usually 2 to 3 times a week. They will get between 150 and 250 cars. When they hold those events during that time, it can take us up to 20 minutes to get out of our driveway, just to get out of our area, you know, for that. And they say, yeah, well, we're going to add in a road, or actually it's up to the city. This is a city's expense to put that road into Redwood Road. They have not done that yet. So when the RAC has an event and the off-road park has an event, there will be trucks with trailers, because they do haul their motorcycles and ATVs and everything out there. There'll be trucks and trailers that are backed up all the way from the dead end, clear down to almost where the soccer fields are at, waiting to get into that soccer park at times. And so you're looking at about 250 to 300 people when they hold their big events, which is usually about once or twice a month. So you combine that with the soccer park, there are times out there where it literally takes us a half hour just to get out of our house. Now you are going to put 1,600 more cars out there in addition to all of that, and phase 2 of the RAC Center hasn't even been started yet, which is going to increase that even more. This is going to be a huge, serious problem. Now, I understand, you know, we'd like to go mass transit and everything else, but there is none out there. There's no mass transit. There's no bus. There's no rail. There's no access other than vehicles. You cannot get down there. This is a 1-mile road that dead ends. There's no buses that go there. Everything is going to have to be driving.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak? Okay, go up, state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
I'm Mark Sweet. I'm boarder out there at the Hunter Stable. First, I'm asking the owners if they would be kind enough to keep the boarders up to date on what is happening and a timeline. The first issue is that road you're going to cut across below the DNR property and intersect on Redwood. Is that going to be constructed before, after, or during the condo construction? And it will be constructed before, after, or during the expansion of Redwood Road to 4 lanes? I bring this up because I can remember it was about 30 or 40 years ago, Salt Lake County approved a 600-unit apartment complex off of Highland Drive about 80th South, just west of Brighton High. And that was back when Highland Drive was a skinny little 2-lane road with no shoulder on it. The traffic would back up all the way past Bengal Drive and almost to 215 during rush hour. Will that road be built going into Redwood Road when it's 2 lanes? And do you have a semaphore signal designed to go off of the off-ramp of 215? That's not where you need it. You need it at the T intersection. And if you're going on the Redwood Road, you're going to need another signal out there.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak? Okay, I have a card from Jennifer Carter. Do you want to speak or do you want me to read your card? I'll give you the option. Well, it's a challenge, but so state your name for the record and.
Jennifer Carter. I have bordered down at Hunter for just a little over 2 years. I don't live near the area. I live Taylorsville. I work at the hospital at West Jordan, and so yes, I could move my horse. It's not a big deal. But boarding down there for the last 2 years, I have noticed the traffic. The traffic concerns me with that area, with the rack, like they said. A lot of this has already come up. They're out there all late at night, lots of cars. The police present, there have been some fights and stuff there. The track, they have big lights that up until 10 o'clock at night. Just think this would be hard for the proposed people that would be living in these places. And the dust, I have a grandson that actually races there, so I've been over there. The wind is horrible through there. Dust blows up all over the place. And then I do worry about the people that live right north of that property. There's just not the road system, there's not the drainage system. The mosquitoes is a big problem. And of course, we all know and worry about West Nile. We have to have our horses vaccinated. I know of horses that have gotten West Nile in that canal that I've heard of. I am a nurse, so I do listen to these type of things, and I am just concerned about the impact it makes on the community in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak? Are there any emails? No emails, good. Okay, I will close the public hearing and bring this item back to the commission for discussion, a motion.
I've got to ask can I ask a clarifying question of staff?
Sure.
Is there a formal agreement between the county and the city that this annexation is in everybody's best interest?
I don't know that they use the term best interest, but it did before coming to the city.
Formal agreement.
Yeah, so before coming to the city, it had to go to the county, and the county council had to approve that this property moved out of the county into the city. So they've signed off on.
The county council
The county
passed a
council.
resolution saying, yeah, this annexation, we will. Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I just have I'm kind of I'd love to hear other commissioners' views on the air quality issue. I mean, I appreciate the public comment highlighting the issues with living that close to air quality. I mean, we know it has effects on kids' cognition. I like the suggestion of a disclosure. I think that said, I think at some point, the number, you go into a parking lot in California and there are so many disclosures that it becomes meaningless. So I don't know how we resolve this between our needs for more housing and housing that people might not know is going to, have long-term effects on their children. So I'm very divided on this, so I'd love to hear other commissioners' views.
I agree with you. I'm usually pro-development, especially in areas like that, but the pollution does, it would likely make me vote against it just because of the pollution right there and the children and people that would be living that close to a freeway.
Can you bring up the slide that shows all of the conditions, including the two that aren't in our report? Because I think, yeah, one of them's the HVAC. Are there other housing, like multifamily houses that are this close to a freeway? Is it unusual, or is it?
There are. I mean, throughout the valley, including in Sugar House or downtown, there are multifamily housing of the similar scale next to the freeway.
And can you answer the question about at what point the north access road to connect to Redwood Road needs to be built? Is that part of?
Yeah, so there was a detailed traffic study, and it showed that up to 500 units could be accommodated without that north access road, but anything over 500 units would require that north access road just to ensure that traffic isn't impeded any further on on those roadways.
And then there's the landscape, like the freeway landscape buffer that's required between the freeway. There will also be required between the OHV park and this property. Is that right? And does that includes trees too? It's not just space, but it's
Correct.
trees too. Okay. One of the other concerns was that the sound attenuation that is being addressed. That like it's 30 decibels for sleeping areas and 25.
Correct.
There's a 50-foot setback from the Salt Lake Drain to where they can build housing, like they can have sidewalks in that area, but
They
fences.
could do sidewalks, or they could do a landscaping in that area. And just a point of clarification on that, it's measured from the annual high water level, so it may not, the side of the canal may not reflect what that annual high water level is. It may be higher than what, or further in than what it looks like in the aerial.
Does the canal, does it always have water in it? That drain, it always has water in it, and it's about like where it is today? I mean, maybe it's seasonal, yeah. Maybe it's
I'm
seasonal.
sure it's seasonal.
It's just like overflow from the river. So I also, since I learned about the Regional Athletic Center, it kind of bothers me that counts as recreational space too, because it is recreational space, but it's not for the neighborhood. So like you can look out your window and see soccer fields, but you can't play there unless you're on a league. So that kind of bothers me, although I also know that the Jordan River Parkway is near there, which is a great recreational facility. And everywhere I've been on the Jordan River Park, there are people, recreating. That's what I think. That was some of the things that I think that came up in the neighborhood comments, but I also can appreciate that this is that's a big zoning change to go from agricultural to multi-use. But it's also not, are we anticipating that if the drawing that we saw of 1,800 units with all those buildings, those would have to come back to us as a planned development, right? Because they don't have street frontage.
Correct. As currently designed, they could design something else
Right.
potentially, but as designed, it would be a planned development.
Right. So if we approve this, they could build up to 500 units without building a new road. Well, do they build the new road, or does Salt Lake City build it?
It would be Salt Lake City ultimately, but if the developer really wanted to build more units,
Yeah.
I suppose they could help out with that.
Yeah. And it sounds like some of the problems that have been identified by the residents are problems with like the current outlook. Like it's a weird road to do this, you know what I mean? To get over there. And I believe it fills up with the OHV park and the soccer. But also, we're not the last. We don't say yes to this. We say we recommend it or don't, and then the Salt Lake City Council, the politicians, the elected politicians, will say whether or not to do it. And then there'll be more hearings on what do the buildings actually look like, and do they have open space on their lot, how many of them there can be, and stuff.
Correct.
All right.
A question on transportation. Currently, there is no UTA type of access, I guess, in this area. Is that correct?
Correct. They have an on-call transit system where it's almost like Uber, for some of the areas in the west side, but that it stops at this point because it's not in the city right now. I don't know that it even extends to the rack at this point. So yeah, there is not currently.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to jump in and just suggest that if the city council does choose to approve this, that the city council should also look at working with UTA to expand the UTA West Side On Demand service into that area.
I'll just throw in my comments since we're in the discussion phase. So I am been going back and forth on this one, but I'm very familiar with that road and the challenges, to put it kindly, that the RAC and the OHV Park present. And I'm really honing in on a few parts where I just don't feel like this is the right fit for this zone. One, we definitely have it not complying with the small area master plan, but in Plan Salt Lake, it does, and we brought this up, right? So it does say that they want access to park space, to open space, but really the only access for the public there is the trail. The public, not even just the neighborhood, the public at large is not getting access to the RAC, and a very, very specific portion of the public uses the OHV area. So I don't think that those really do meet that objective of Plan Salt Lake. And also our 2016 Salt Lake Housing Plan does specify that we should be emphasizing the value of transit-oriented developments and its proximity to it. And I don't think the on-demand service that UTA provides really does meet that objective stated in the housing policy, as well as talking about the livability of a neighborhood, which is, I think, what we're honing in on, is how livable is this particular parcel, which is really challenging for so many reasons, that it's not going to create a tenable situation that really is livable with what's going on out there right now, with the current uses of the RAC and the OHV Park.
Thanks, Commissioner Berry. I appreciate. I think as I think through this, this is a question of is adding density in this part of the city consistent with our overall city goals, given there is no transit there. On the Jordan River Trail, I've run that part of the trail frequently. The bathrooms are welded shut. It's me and the homeless people. I feel safe there. I think that myself and the homeless people would both be happier if they would unweld the bathrooms, but they haven't done that. So I don't know how much, I'm not really seeing that becoming an amenity for people. People are not, unless we do something to invest in the Jordan River Trail, I don't really see that as a great open space right now. So I think we're trying to make it easy to add. We know we have to add density citywide. We know this to meet our goals, but is this the place? I think I have a lot of the same concerns as Commissioner Berry.
Yeah, I also, I'm having a hard time putting it into something that is logical. I am all for, development and providing more housing for the city and helping in that regard, but I kind of share those same sentiments that you guys have shared as well. So it's right now uncertain for me.
Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion if there's no further comments or discussion.
Are there any further comments?
I want to ask one more question.
Please.
Sorry.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Will you help me? So I'm on, what am I on? Page 7 of the PDF on the report. So will you, I'm new, so be patient with me for a second. I'm reading, the city plan adopted for this area is the Rose Park Small Area Plan, adopted in 2001. It designates the future land use of all the properties in this report as agriculture. A map showing these designations is located below. The plan includes the following policies and reasons for the agriculture designation. Policy, retain existing agricultural land uses along Rose Park Lane. policy. If properties in the county are annexed into the city, retain the existing land use development by zoning the properties either agricultural or open space. Discussion. If and when existing properties in the county are annexed into the city, they should be zoned for either agricultural or open space land uses to be compatible with the state recreational and open land space uses between Redwood Road and I-215. So can you help walk me down the path to where we have that pretty clearly stated, and to where you're recommending that we go ahead and approve this zoning into a a residential mixed use?
So it significantly relies on the citywide policies to support more housing. So acknowledging that this was adopted in 2001, and there's been changed conditions with our housing situation, and we've had Plan Salt Lake and the Housing Master Plan that have been adopted with a number of policies to support additional housing throughout the city.
Okay.
So that is the primary, I think,
So basically,
policy.
can I restate it and you tell me if I have it right? So basically, you're saying this policy was made in 2001. Since then, we've seen significant growth and we have a housing crisis, if that's not overstating it. And in the overall city plan that was more recently developed, correct?
Correct.
There is a policy or a goal of increasing available housing.
Correct.
And so in your mind, that gets us there.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay, Amy?
Okay, based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission recommend that the city council deny the following applications associated with this proposal. 1, the zoning map amendment for the reason that it does not comply with the stated zoning goals of the small area master plan. And 2, the annexation based on Plan Salt Lake and the access to open space are not met. And the 2016 Salt Lake housing policy points of emphasizing the value of transit-oriented developments and the livability of neighborhoods.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Berry and a second by Commissioner De Oliveira. Start with Commissioner Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows? I can tell you're thinking.
I'm thinking.
Maybe come back to her.
You want me to come back to you? Okay.
I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Commissioner Christensen?
Yes.
Commissioner De Oliveira?
Yes.
Commissioner Paredes?
I'll vote yes.
Commissioner Tuttle?
No.
Commissioner Lee?
No.
Commissioner Gent?
Yes.
Commissioner Gale?
Yes.
And the chair votes no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 6 yeses and 1, 2, 3, 4 noes. So the motion passes. We'll send a negative recommendation to the council. Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time tonight.
Okay, we'll move on to item 5 on the agenda, the Woodland Commons Plan Development at approximately 2435 South, 500 East. Case number PLN PCM 2022-00864. You don't look like Michael.
You're correct. I'm covering for Michael.
You guys have a lot invested here. Can I give you my email address so you can let me know when this council is going to meet?
If you would, take your discussion out in the hall. Dorothy? Dorothy? Thank you.
All
Okay,
right.
there you go.
Thank you. Okay, good evening, commissioners. This is a plan development request for the property located at 2435 South, 500 East. The project is located on a site in the Sugar House neighborhood that is between 500 East and Warnock Avenue and is adjacent to I-80. This is a multifamily development next to I-80. The petitioner is proposed to construct 20 townhome-style residential units spread between 5 buildings. They are asking for relief on 6 separate zoning standards. 4 of the 5 buildings would not have frontage on a public street. This property is located in the RM of 35, which requires 80 feet of lot width for multifamily development. The property has approximately 77 feet and 11 inches of frontage on 500 East, so they need relief for lot frontage. 4 of the 6 requests are related to setbacks on the north, east, and west sides of the property. This includes relief on the required freeway scenic landscape setback. Staff is recommending approval of this request. The project includes 20 residential units spread across 5 buildings. Each building would have 4 units, and the buildings are approximately 3 stories tall with a height of 31 feet measured to the top of the parapet. The site is just under 1 acre, which equals a residential density of 20.5 units per acre. There are 2 parking stalls provided in private garages attached to each unit for a total of 40 parking stalls. This satisfies the minimum amount of parking required for this type of development in the RMF 35. The ground floor consists of masonry, while the upper floors are a mixture of metal paneling, composite wood siding, and the project site is located in the Sugar House neighborhood plan area. This slide shows the proposed site layout. A private drive would run through the property east to west, connecting Warnock to 500 East. And to the north of the drive, 5 buildings are proposed. Each of the buildings would contain 4 residential units. The upper levels have a larger footprint than the ground level, with the extra floor being cantilevered over the north and south faces of the buildings. On the 500 East end, the entrance to the unit facing 500 East would be oriented towards the street. The remainder of the units would have their main entrances oriented to the north. A pedestrian path would be provided along the north side of the buildings. On the south and east sides of the property, a 10-foot landscape buffer would be provided as required by ordinance because it abuts a single-family residential zone on those sides. There are 7 mature trees that will be preserved and maintained within the buffers. And on the north side, a landscape buffer is proposed that will include evergreens to intend to absorb some of the pollution from I-80. The property is currently the site of a vacant single-family home. The home was built approximately in 1900. It has a footprint of 935 square feet. The lot is relatively large, just under 1 acre. And on the north side of the property, retaining and sound walls associated with I-80 rise approximately 30 feet in height, as you can see in the second photo. The surrounding neighborhood is generally characterized by single-family dwellings and small multifamily properties. Construction is a mix of early 1900s and mid-1900s. On the east side of the subject property, the parcel directly to the east is owned by UDOT. It was purchased by UDOT prior to the I-80 expansion in the late 2000s. A single-family dwelling that had stood on the property was demolished. And to the south and southeast of the subject property, there is an LDS chapel and grounds. When reviewing this project, staff looked at the general standards in the zoning ordinance, and in particular, the standards for the RMF 35 zoning district. The plan development request will be discussed in more detail on the following slides. As mentioned earlier, the petitioner is requesting 6 total modifications. First, the applicant is requesting to construct 4 buildings of 5 total that would not have frontage on a public street. Approving this modification allows the applicant to spread the development across the parcel, constructing smaller buildings that respect the scale of the surrounding neighborhood. In order to construct a multifamily development, the petitioner also needs relief on the lot width requirements for the district. As mentioned earlier, the property has approximately 77 feet, 11 inches of frontage on 500 East. This does require relief of 2 feet, 1 inch. Without plan development approval, the property owner could construct a single or two-family dwelling, both of which require 50 feet of lot width. And a multifamily development better matches the Sugar House Master Plan, which designates this property as medium-density residential. Now to discuss the setbacks being requested. The west side, on the west side, a reduction in the front yard setback from 20 feet to 15 is requested. This reduction permits the applicant to construct the units that are the desired size and allows them to provide a landscaped area between the buildings. The landscaped area is approximately 10 feet in width. The average front yard setback on the block face is approximately 40 or 45 feet. However, the impact of the reduction in the front yard setback is mitigated by the landscape buffer on the south side of the property and by the fact that the buildings are set back by at least 30 feet on the south property line. On the east side, a reduction in the rear yard setback from 25 to 23 feet is requested. Again, this allows for larger units and for a landscaped area between each of the buildings. The property to the east is owned by UDOT and is unlikely to be redeveloped in the future. A 10-foot landscape buffer is also being provided on the east side of the property, mitigating the impact of the reduction in setback. 4 of the 5 buildings would need relief from the interior side yard requirement for side entry buildings, which is 12 feet. Buildings 1 through 4, moving west to east, would each require a different amount of relief. At its closest point, building 1 would be set back 2 feet 7 inches from the north property line, requiring 9 feet 5 inches of relief. Building 2 would be set back 5 feet 1 inch from the north property line, requiring 6 feet 11 inches of relief. And building 3 would be set back 7 feet 6 inches. Building 4 would be set back 5 feet, requiring 4 feet 6 inches. And 7 feet of relief respectively. Building 5 would be set back greater than 12 feet, so it would not require relief from this requirement. Pushing the buildings closer to the north of the property allows the applicant to provide the required 10-foot landscape buffer on the south side, along with a drive aisle that is at least 20 feet in width to meet fire code requirements. It also allows the applicant to design around a notch taken out of the north side of the property, which is owned by UDOT. You can see that in the illustration on your right. It's this notch. The applicant is asking for relief on the freeway scenic landscaping setback. When a property abuts an interstate highway, the ordinance requires a scenic landscape setback of 20 feet be provided for the new development. The applicant is proposing a setback area that will be approximately 2 feet 7 inches at its narrowest point on the western end of the property. This gradually becomes wider to the east. The exception will be where the UDOT notch exists. Adjacent to the notch, the landscape setback will be reduced to 0 so that a sidewalk can be provided in the setback area, which is about 5 feet wide. I-80 gradually becomes wider as it moves east adjacent to the property. So the road deck itself gets closer to the property to the east. On the western end, the road deck is about 45 feet away from the north property line, while on the eastern end, it's approximately 10 feet away. The smallest setbacks proposed by the applicant are on the western end of the property, where the freeway is located the furthest away. The freeway scenic landscaping requirement can be modified by the zoning administrator. However, in this case, the zoning administrator indicated that the modification should be included in the plan development request. And just for the Planning Commission edification on the freeway scenic landscaping requirement, it's required to reduce visual distractions to motorists and promote the general health and welfare of the city. Because I-80 is elevated about 15 feet from the ground, and the view of this property is shielded from view by the sound wall, that is approximately 15 feet in height. The landscaping provided by the property cannot meet the purpose of beautifying the city or reducing distractions to motorists. The proposal generally complies with the applicable adopted plans. It would add medium-density housing on a site that is designated for medium-density residential in the Sugar House Master Plan. It would redevelop an underutilized site and accommodate and promote an increase in the city's population, consistent with initiatives in the growth chapter of Plan Salt Lake. Staff has received one comment from the public regarding this project. That comment expressed concern for the preservation of the existing home on the site. The Sugar House Community Council provided a letter of support, which was placed in your Dropbox yesterday. So in conclusion, the project generally meets the standards for plan development and recommends that the Planning Commission approve the request. The applicant is here.
Do you want to have them come up? Do they have a presentation?
But I have some words.
Okay, well, introduce yourself and say your words.
Very good. My name is Philip Winston, and I am the owner of Altus Development Group. We took on this project with the idea that before we would get approval from all of the local areas and meet with the planners. And so we met with Sugar House Council before we bought the property and got their recommendations and included them. We met with neighbors. Oddly enough, there is only one residential owner home on this block, and on the opposite side, we put together our plan and we traveled to each of the homes to show the homeowners what we were going to produce, and to our dismay, they're all renters. The only homeowner is directly next to us, and we are in discussion with her to purchase her property, and she wants to sell it to us, so we think that it would be a good fit. So we would come back at some point and rezone that piece, so we would not be abutting a residential. All other units on that side of the street and opposite side are all rentals. In the Sugar House Master Plan, which is also part of Salt Lake City's Master Plan, it states that this is an area of issue for the city. This is an area that they wanted to focus on and create a better opportunity. And it starts with homeowners. There aren't any homeowners living in this area. And so we have made a decision on our own that this plan development will be for sale product. We will not be renting any units there. And we hope to bring families in. With that idea, we work with Atlas Architects, and they did an incredible job producing this. But the reason for the reduction in setbacks is trying to create two-car garages, and all of these units are three-bedroom. They're made for families, and that's what we're trying to create. We spend a lot of time working with UDOT. The notch piece on UDOT, we have an application in. They're planning on removing it as long as their plan, that's why they took that property to begin with, is that they're not allowed to drain public water onto private land. And there's a ditch there, but it's just a hole, and it's filled with leaves and leftovers from it. In the summertime, it is a homeless camping area, and so it's filled with garbage, and we're in discussion with them to raise that, to fill it in, and to create a drainage box so that they can drain on the property, so that that 1 foot setback will be removed. And they're right now, and we've gotten approval from 2 of the departments to actually have it removed. The reason why we pushed the units to the north of the property rather than the south is because the LDS Church has a very large back area that's all grass, and it feels very much like a park back there. I don't know if you guys did a site visit today. We plan on planting evergreens everywhere, as she spoke of, to help with the carbon monoxide issues, and we will over-insulate that side of the building so that they won't hear traffic from the freeway. But the idea is to bring more families into Sugar House, and that's my project.
Thank you. You want to come back up and do your best to answer any questions we have? So does the commission have questions for the applicant or staff?
I guess I have a question for staff, given the juxtaposition of these two projects we've seen. I don't know when the last time we revised our code regarding freeway, given like the existing you know, the evidence we've seen regarding air quality on children's cognition and whatnot. And just do we have any sort of, is it addressed through building code? Is it addressed through zoning code? Like what we require if it's adjacent to a freeway?
The only items that we require in the zoning code would be the landscape buffer. I'm not sure if the Division of Air Quality gets involved. Yeah.
I don't know whether it's a building code thing, like in terms of what HVAC we require or what decibel reduction we're like, I just don't know, but it does seem like maybe we can table this for a discussion in another meeting or something. Because I do want to make sure we're consistent, but it does seem like we don't currently have code to address this.
That's a great question, and I can follow up with building code and provide an answer. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, hang tight. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? The community council didn't come, so are there any emails? No new emails.
Judy did provide a letter that was
it was in the Dropbox, but she comes a lot.
Yeah, she's unable to make it this evening. So.
Okay, we'll close the hearing on this item and bring it back to the commission for discussion and a motion.
I'll just make some comments. Just to clarify, the reason that I didn't support the previous proposal actually had nothing to do with its proximity to the freeway.
Yep.
Just because I want to be consistent myself. But we also, the difference between the two is that this parcel is already zoned RMF 35, and we're not looking at rezoning it. We're looking at modifications or relief from some of the ordinances for this particular layout, and if we think that is appropriate. So just my 2 cents of like differentiating this one between the next one. In my comments that would not support tabling it for that reason. Those are just my thoughts.
Yeah, I also wanted to comment for the record as well. This one and the last one, for me, it was the access to transportation. This one clearly is in the middle of the city. It has access to every transportation option that the other one didn't have. So that was for me.
And for me, it has to do with proximity to parks as well. So a lot more places to recreate other than the parking lot of an apartment building.
Okay. A motion?
I'm ready to make a motion. Based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission approve the plan development application associated with this proposal.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Christensen and a second by, that's where I keep screwing up. A second by Commissioner Gent. Commissioner Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Christensen.
Yes.
Commissioner De Oliveira.
Yes.
Commissioner Paredes.
I'll vote yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
Commissioner Gent.
Yes.
And Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
The chair will also vote yes. You got a positive recommendation.
No, that's a good
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I know, right?
Okay, that takes care of all of our public hearing items tonight. So now we'll move into the work session. And the first work session is to discuss a plan development at 1512 South 300 West, case number PLN-PCM 2022-01154. Cassie and Megan, are the applicants here?
So yes.
Okay, just checking.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cassie Younger. I'm one of the newer planners here at Salt Lake City, so it's my first time with you all tonight. My first project is this Platform 1500 that I've been working on with Megan Booth. Just before I get started on my PowerPoint, I think the applicant will tell you as well that they are under a very tight schedule for their permitting and construction. And because of their design and staff's concerns with their design, we wanted to bring it to you for a work session tonight as soon as possible, because they are hoping to get as much feedback from you guys and input on their design from you tonight, so they can see you again in a few weeks, hopefully for an approval. So that's why we're here tonight. I'll just give you some background information on the project, briefly go through their design, because I know they will as well, and then go through the plan development standards. So this project is located at 1500 South and 300 West in the general commercial zone. It is proposing 60 affordable housing units, which will all be below the 43% AMI level, 6 of which will be below 25% AMI, so targeting a very low and much needed affordable housing for the city. I mentioned they are on a rest schedule, which is why we're here tonight. For the plan development, they are requesting some modifications to zoning, of which they are allowed to do. They are requesting 0 setbacks on the corner side yards, 5 on the back, and 2.5 feet on the front. So the normal zoning requirements for CG zones are 10 feet on all of those sides, but they would be reduced down to 0 and 2.5. So for their 300 West proposed design, which we feel like is the most important facade to go into for detail, because of the recent improvements on 300 West, as you can see in the rendering here, and as we all know, a multi-use path has recently been installed along 300 West, and we really expect this to enhance and increase the biking and pedestrian activity in this area. So they're proposing about 50% of the facade would be glass along their lease and office area, and then the rest of the building would have a muraled wall along with some landscape planters in front of that muraled wall. And again, these planters would just be in the 2.5 foot setback that they're proposing. The upper floors would be stucco and fiber cement. Along the 1500 South facade, we also have some stucco and fiber cement paneling on the upper floors. And then along the ground floor design, they're proposing a metal fence and some blank concrete walls. There is an existing sidewalk along this street, and all of this landscaping would be just within the right-of-way. This metal fence just allows visibility into their ground floor parking lot, which we don't think is a great pedestrian experience, along with the blank concrete walls. So just something to keep in mind. The Andrew Ave offers a very similar design on the ground floor and upper floors, the metal or aluminum fencing, blank concrete walls, and then stucco and fiber cement on the above floors. There is currently not a sidewalk on this side of the street, but there is a sidewalk on the south side of Andrew Ave that's in a bit of disrepair, but there is a proposed development on that side of the street that is currently going through the development process, so we do expect that sidewalk to improve, so we don't want to completely eliminate a pedestrian experience on this street as well. So here are the plan development standards. So this project absolutely meets the plan development objective. It's proposing 100% of its units to be affordable. Like I mentioned earlier, they will all be at or below the 43% AMI, with a few of those being below 25% AMI. This is in the ballpark area master plan. So in terms of compatibility, the ballpark area goals and strategies include to increase affordability, which it is obviously doing, improve safety, improve connectivity in the pedestrian and biking environment, and enhance neighborhood green space. Because this project offers very minimal landscaping, only a few feet in the front facade of 300 West, we don't really believe that it's meeting that standard for improving green space, and we do believe there's improvement to be made in the pedestrian and biking experience for this project. In terms of the design and compatibility with the area and neighborhood, The applicant provided these two photos of the existing development in the area to prove that it does meet the compatibility with the current existing conditions. There are obviously places where there are zero setbacks and very minimal landscaping, if any at all. But as we know, this neighborhood is developing very rapidly. These two images are within a block of the proposed project, and so this will be the future development. So we're not entirely sure that this project would meet the future standards and compatibility with the future in just a mere few years. So landscaping is another big proponent of the plan development standards. Like I mentioned, this project offers very little landscaping. Most of the landscaping provided is within the right-of-way and in the park strips along 300 West and 1500 South. The mobility aspect of this project is in a great location. It's within a half-a-mile walk of the ballpark track stop. And like I said, the 300 West improvements that have recently been constructed, we really expect to see an increase in pedestrian and bike activity in this neighborhood. So the location is great for this type of project. The existing site features and utilities component, staff doesn't see any major concerns with this, although there are some department comments that still need to be addressed. They're just in that process, and they're making progress on them. So that is my presentation. I know they're here tonight, but like I mentioned before, we're just looking for as much feedback from you on their design and compatibility given their short schedule. So your input is appreciated.
All right, why don't we bring them up and introduce themselves, whoever's going to do the presentation. And if you guys will have like 10 minutes to just do your presentation, and then we can get into the discussion.
Well, I'll be very quick. My name is Justin Earl. Thanks for taking some time with us tonight. Some of the partners on the project. Transparency is very important, we think, especially on a project like this with a body like yourselves. The short time frame is because this is a low-income housing tax credit project. To get the funds to build this low-income project, providing 40% and 25% AMI, you can't do it without the tax credits. We applied another project 6 or 8 months ago, was not able to do their project. The state had funds allocated for the 2022 calendar. We were applying for the 2023, and the state said, we got these funds, this is all we can offer right now because the allocation's already taken. And we said, well, we'll rush and we'll do as fast as we can so that we can meet that allocation deadline. The problem is if the project is not completed with the certificate of occupancy by the end of 2024, there is no grace, there is no leeway. It's you build it or there's no credits.
Okay, we understand. Can you
It's just the transparency. We think it's important that you understand why there's a short time frame.
Focus on the detail of the building. That's kind of what we do.
I wanted to give you guys some background. I'm Thomas Lee with the Lee Group. We're partnered with Western Region and Utah Nonprofit. A little background on them. They hold and manage 6,000 nonprofit units. They don't sell, they don't flip. These are internally managed. In fact, every month they get as many as 600 calls looking for units. So they know the community and the demand extremely well, which is really rare. And in fact, there's so much goodwill that they do. They even have a company fund of $10,000 annually that they use to keep the tenants' rents going, keep them in place, help them with groceries and help them with things of that nature, which you just don't hear about from developers and building managers. So I just wanted to frame that real quick because the team's different here. So this is a reflection on who they are as a fabric integrating this, which is why we designed this building the way we did to try to get the units in here, maximize the the credits. And this is Michael. Michael's part of our architect team, so we're going to have him talk through some of our design options of how we think we can help address the landscaping vegetation needs, which we agree. We're here to ask you guys for help and assistance to help us get this through in time. Before I let Michael, I wanted to at least tell you guys a few things about this project and this building that we were really proud of. The first thing is, you guys all know at this time in the world, everybody's building micro units and studios, and it's abundant and rampant. We're building this building for families, which is great, just like the last project. I was really pumped to hear that. And this one has 19 2-bedrooms, 6 3-bedrooms, and only 6 studios. And the reason we know to do that is because these guys get 600 calls a month. So majority of the calls are for families. So we know we have to build these things a little bigger. So that's one. We're building this for family, not a bunch of studios. We know the demand. 2, you guys already know it's 43% AMI with a handful of units targeting 25%, which is also incredible. 3, we also know this community well because they're helping them pay rent and getting them into these units. We know how much parking they do need. So the parking we have allocated is more than we need, or more than, it's never more than you need, but it's more than what's required because we know these residences need it. So we have some extra stalls. We've even included EV stalls, which are not required. We have 5 EV stalls because we are thinking future, 10 years, 20 years, because these guys don't sell units. We keep the units and manage them long term. This isn't a flipper company. So that's important to build for the future. And because you guys put this awesome bike path, we built a bike room right on the ground floor. And our bike room doesn't have 4 doors to get to or an elevator. You literally can ride your bike into the car garage and ride it right into the bike room. We believe if we give ease of access with the biking, we could promote more biking in the city. So there are things we're thinking about for the future of this. And finally, the last thing I'll leave you on before Michael takes you through our design ideas is this was done on a really short time frame from when we got awarded the credits. It's been a few months, literally. And I'm really proud of our team and the architect team for being able to just get all this going so quick. I'm even very thankful for Megan and Cassie for helping us through. It's been great to have them organize all of this for us, so thank you. And I apologize because I know when we're under these tight time constraints, it puts a lot of stress on everybody, you guys included, to try to help us come to a conclusion. And know that we understand and feel that burden as well as we're trying to jam these designs and ideas through to take advantage of these tax credits so we don't lose them for this housing. So hopefully we get to work on these headaches together as a team and find a resolution. Michael.
Let's talk about some of the details. What we've designed here is a project that we believe addresses some of the concerns with the landscaping, but we need to look at the building as a whole. A couple of the points I wanted to address with the earlier presentation, we have made a couple of changes and there might have been some confusion on the materials. And if that's in our drawings, I seriously apologize. Because we are using some very nice high-end materials, typically that aren't seen unless you're doing college and university work or institutional projects. We have a nice a composite metal panel. Typically on residential projects, you'll just get a thin metal panel and it'll have a waveform, or it'll be so thin you'll see the oil canning. We're not doing that. We're using a thick metal panel that has an extra backing to it so you don't see any of that oil canning. You see on the top of the building here, it's a wood siding there, natural wood. That will be a composite panel as well that will allow it to stay in that beautiful wood tone throughout time. The concrete that was discussed on the ground floor, it is a concrete, but it's also a board form concrete. So a lot of what you'll see in college universities, the concrete is formed with wood boards, and then you get to see the texture of the wood in the grain of the wood in the concrete. It's a really beautiful form. But we've addressed that a little further with some of the murals that you'll see in a bit. So that was just the materials are, sorry. Okay. So we believe we have a higher level of materials. I'm just going to quickly go to the floor plan. If you can see in this area, this is the main entry. Originally, we had this designed, and we had the mail room and package storage was out at the corner. When we received the first set of comments back from the city, they wanted us to open up that lobby space a little bit more, have it be more active. So what we decided to do was pull the mail room, package storage back into the building and leave this open to have a lobby space. So previously, we weren't thinking of it as a open loungy lobby space. We changed that. We adjusted that. We pulled the office further into the parking area here. And what it did is we previously had, it was less than a quarter of the facade at that time was glazing. Now we've taken almost half of the facade and turned that into glazing and activated at that ground level. So we think we addressed some of the concerns that were there. The bike storage that Thomas mentioned is here at the corner. So again, we're activating this corner, we're activating this corner with bike storage. This area here, that is the main ingress and egress of the vehicles into the lot. And you can see this is a unique site. So it's a little narrower than typical that we would generally do. Generally, when we're laying out multifamily buildings, you want them at least 120 feet wide, a little bit wider, so that you could have maximum efficiency for stacking parking. Here, unfortunately, this lot is a little narrower. It's bordered by streets on 3 sides. So we had to compact the parking in there a little bit more. So you'll see the angled parking. And the reason I bring that up is because the concrete walls that we've mentioned on the ground floor, well, we need those for structure. So we have to have shear walls in the structure, especially at the ground floor. The zigzag parking that you see in the middle really prevents that. So that's what has forced us to push that to the outside. Thomas spoke about parking stalls. Currently, we have 47, including a couple of motorcycle stalls, 4 EV, and 2 accessible stalls. We just wanted to briefly show you some of the floor plans, and the reason why we want to do that is because we believe we're activating the street, softening the facade with some of the program decisions we've made. This elevated patio here, we're up on the 2nd level now. This is a 2,500 square foot outdoor patio area. We've oriented this so that it's on the south side of the building facing the alley, Andrews Alley. So typically alleys are areas that you want to have eyes on the street. What we've done is opened our building up so that the eyes on the street from our patio are occurring from the 2nd level looking down onto Andrews Alley. Remember, our main lobby was at this south corner of the building, so eyes on the street to 300 West. Once we get up to the top floor of the building, what we've done is we've placed our main amenity space at this corner. So that's at the corner of 300 West and 1500 South. Outdoor space and a wall of glass that looks out onto 300 West and 1500 South. Just to kind of comment on some of the landscaping comments, we're pushing to the limits in the building, and actually there was a comment of a 5-foot setback in the rear and 2.5 in the front. I'm going to correct it, and probably the owners on it are going to kick me a little bit, but the building, we actually originally had it as 5 feet setback in the rear. We just slid the entire building, so it's actually 2.5 feet in the rear, 2.5 in the front. Just want to make sure we're clear. That is the only area that the landscaping is on our property. However, what we believe we have done is shown a substantial improvement on the city right away, bordering both sides of the bike lane, and then heavy improvements along 1500 South. You can see that the dense line, the black line there, that's all the landscaping improvements that we've added to that side. And our landscape architect is here and would be happy to answer any details, any questions, and describe his design a little further. I just wanted to show you some of the renders. We've zoomed in on that area. So this is viewing our front lobby. This is looking north on 300 West. Again, you can see the extent of the glazing that we've now continued forward, the landscaping that's on the right. Introduced some bench benches along that facade as well, just to activate the area a little bit. This is now looking the opposite direction on 300 West. This is the corner at 1500 South. So you can see what we've started to do with our very compact 2.5 feet. We've started to articulate that landscaping, not only out to the street front in depth from the building, but also in height. And those are concrete planters that are adjusted as well. So we're trying to activate that space as much as we can. And you can see a fairly heavy treatment of the landscaping on between the bike path and the curb of 300 West. This is that concrete wall that we were describing earlier. Originally, it was just a plain board form concrete wall. With comments from the city during this process, they said it would be really great if we activated that with a mural, so we're showing that here as well. This is just a view looking straight on, just a little more. This shows an area between the glass, between the concrete wall, where we've taken advantage of the zigzag pattern of the parking behind, grab that space so that it's more than the 2.5 feet. We push all the way back in. I think it goes 7 feet to the very point of that triangle. And we've taken a timber slats and kind of activated that wall, made a sculptural element of that wall, but then given more depth to the landscaping area. This is where we think we can get a couple of ornamental trees in that area. This is now the view looking down 1500 South, looking towards 300 West. So these are, again, your concrete shear walls that are here. These could be mural walls as well, if we wanted to activate those. We are showing improvements on the city right away, on both sides of the sidewalk, and then an ornamental fence that secures our parking that's behind there. And that's my brief but extended presentation. We would really like this to be a work session. If there's certain items that you see that we can do better on, we're open to any suggestion.
Can you show us this in the plan, this elevation?
Would you like the
Like
landscape
what's
plan?
behind it? No, just the parking.
So it's,
Would we be able to break that fence into another zigzag pattern and create little planters inside that space instead of having it be a wall of fence with a
straight wall.
2-foot strip?
But it's physically possible, yeah.
Yeah, because it's not your shear wall, right? That's your fence.
That's correct,
so
yes.
you
The
should be
shear,
fine.
there's sections of shear wall there. Actually, can I
Okay.
zoom in on this?
I think it helps you with your landscaping percentage.
There's, just so we're clear, there's a concrete shear wall that runs from here to here. So it runs about 5 stalls, but the rest of it is that ornamental fence.
Okay.
On the landscaping, Salt Lake Police works in that area with property owners to sort of get them compliant with CPTED. This is the Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, and I don't really care what you guys do with the landscaping, but Salt Lake City Police might, like an hour-long conversation with them might be super helpful just in sort of assessing whether, like, I can't tell from just looking at the renderings whether that would be compliant, but it might be worth just sitting down with them real quick and getting their take.
Yeah, we'd be happy to, and we've kind of balanced the landscape design between getting as much landscaping as we possibly can on site, because those are the comments we're hearing, with some of that, which doesn't need to be the quantity of landscaping, but let's just keep it low so there can't be activities happening behind the landscaping.
I have a few points to make. So,
Come up to the microphone, please. We need to hear you.
loud enough for everyone to hear without, but I will take a seat up here.
It's being recorded, so.
Great. I'm Brian Wilson.
Thank you.
Focus Engineering, representing the client as well. So in Chapter 17, the landscape code, it tells us that we need to have 33% plant density minimum, and with the low amount of landscape area that we do have, we plan to create as dense of an area as we could. So if you look at the landscape plan, we're looking at about 80 to almost 100% plant density. The plants are touching each other. If you go up and down most of the properties that have adjacency along 300 West, I've noticed that Salt Lake City is starting to make a lot more improvements, but this site, I believe, is going to show in contrast and create a good precedent for other properties for how dense the landscaping is. So I feel we've surpassed that, the minimum recommendation.
U-shape. Do you have an elevation that shows the south side that has that courtyard?
I have a render that will show that best.
A rendering?
Yeah. It'd be this one that we basically brushed over. So this is Andrews Alley. This is that outdoor courtyard space. And again, this is facing south.
So that's above parking, so it's like second level?
That's correct.
So, but can you put plants up there?
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's the intent, is on that level, and then on this outdoor space, those are outdoor enjoyable amenity spaces, and they would have landscaping in there.
That top corner is,
That's the main hangout lounge.
it's open to all the residents?
Yep. Yeah, so I mean, we understand that we're not on ground level on our property, the densest landscaping or offering that much, but we're trying to improve throughout the building and then also on the city property.
The amenity stack for a light tech housing project is incredible. Even our gym, we have an indoor and outdoor gym that flows to this patio in this area, which is really good for market residential, but for light tech, it's incredible. So that upper top corner is an open community space with an open kitchen in there that all the members can use. In fact, it's large enough. We started having conversations about, do we have a capability of letting other nonprofits within the community utilize that by scheduling it so that they can have meetings in that upper corner? So it's just a really nice amenity space in addition to the gyms and in addition to this platform area that should be a barbecue, patio, picnic area, or any mobile ball sports, right? Today it might be pickleball, or tomorrow it might be something else.
Oh, and I failed to mention that every apartment has a very generous patio outdoor space as well. It's the entire width of the living room. So you can see that in the black recesses in those renders, and that every unit in there. So when we're looking at a multifamily product here with 60 units, to have a 2,500 square foot outdoor space, as well as an outdoor amenity space on that third floor looking down on the street view, and having balconies that are the full width of the unit, you just don't see that in regular market rate. So,
I think it looks great.
Yeah.
I think that the concern, like setbacks, are more for the neighborhood than the tenants maybe. Can you explain what the Third West has been a mess forever, right? But what will it look like when they finish? So here's the edge of the street, and then what? And then a planter?
Yeah, actually, there's a render.
And then
That gives you good.
what is it like?
It's a lot of space, actually.
Yeah.
Because the bike path is extremely wide.
10 feet,
And then there's a sidewalk on top of that that's a pretty wide sidewalk. 'Cause
another
it's-
5 feet.
Yeah, so you're 15 feet right there.
And right up against the road is this space where you're showing plants.
Yes, on the other side of
Trees?
this dense forest that we're showing here on the left.
And in
is
the neighboring properties, that area is poured concrete. They usually pour like a colored concrete, like red stamped or something. So most of along Third West right now is concrete, but maybe in the future, especially if we start this landscaping trend, other people might
But
follow.
you're doing.
We're doing the
you're not
improvements.
We're
And
gonna fill it,
currently,
yeah.
there are not city trees there. We're I forget how many we're adding, but
Yeah,
along Third
there
West
should
and
be,
15 South.
I believe, 7 trees along both frontages combined.
Sorry, I'm gonna make you sick.
On Third?
How fast I'm going through that.
Oh, sorry, on Third, there's 5. In this last rendering, we made some recent updates today, but we've added an additional tree.
And so that was actually my question to kind of piggyback on that. Will all the foliage on that section, will that not cover the, the street level facade of the building? Will that not cover that up?
No. We selected a smaller tree variety. There are existing power lines along 300 West, so we made sure that we selected what they would call a class 1 tree that only gets 20 feet in height at maturity and about an 18-foot width max. So
Because I thought I saw some shrubbery there as well. There's no shrubbery or small.
no shrubbery. The whole landscape will be 100% water-wise. We know we're hopefully this year not going to have an extreme drought, but we know that's not going to last forever. So it's all ornamental grasses of different varieties and varying heights to create some contrast, and some city Sprite Zelkova trees that should have a nature of evergreen to some degree and would create some good variety.
Can you go back to that picture, the one along Third West for me? Yeah, that one, and even that one. So, is this the grass you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And the trees, are those the 3 trees that you mentioned on your other?
Yes, there's trees along the park strip and the frontage, and then as we've talked about the zigzag earlier that has a deeper inset against the building facade, we've planned a few like smaller Japanese Zelkova trees, Japanese maples.
Yeah, for some reason to me it seemed like it was very dense on the foliage, but
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah, that was actually, and the staff can scold me if they feel I'm going the opposite direction, but I was concerned about the density of like maybe overplanting a little bit, because I am concerned about water. I guess, what's your watering plan? Because I see most sprinklers water the streets and sidewalks and not actually the plants. So.
This will be all drip irrigation system.
Okay.
And every single plant will have its own irrigated emitter to it that will just drip to the root ball of the plant, so there will be no sprays.
Okay.
So the theme that we've had on the ownership team with this building is to build it responsibly, because it's not being built for profit. So everything you've heard about the units built for families, even the quality of the building with the exterior cladding and facade is higher grade. But that also benefits us as we plan on managing this and owning it for 20, 30 years. Maybe my kids would grow up managing it. But it's also built to Enterprise Green Building certifications and Energy Star certifications. So these are all things we decided on as an ownership team, including the EV automobile chargers and stuff like that. So we feel like this is a very responsible building. It seems like that this last hurdle is, what can we do with the landscaping to get this right for you guys and us? Yeah.
Yeah, and so my thoughts on that after kind of hearing the conversation and seeing what you guys have done so far, and people can jump in and add their 2 cents. But I'm always kind of iffy about murals. I feel like they're kind of easy and they get repetitive. There's so many everywhere. So I prefer where you do like the wood and you have the more sculptural elements. If you could start to zigzag that fence a little bit, and instead of killing it with plants, add some boulders or something that's more landscape oriented, that's going to be, doesn't need drip irrigation, that could need maintenance in the future. Like, let's simplify that a little bit. Maybe add some vertical elements or some sculptural elements, installation stuff to the walls that's actually 3-dimensional. Things like that, I think, would break it up a lot more than just a mural or kind of painting a wall. So I think those types of things would be my suggestion.
Absolutely, and we love that. In fact, even this architectural wood and metal slatting, which was an architectural feature, it was bigger, but we were trying to reduce it to get more landscaping, and even the mural, as the staffing wanted us to try to get more landscaping in.
Yeah, and from what I've heard, I feel like the fence feels like you're trying to wall people out, and it makes it feel a little intimidating as you walk down that street. I think if you start to push that back and kind of play with that in and out a little bit more with those zigzags, and then you add some softer materials like a wood, and you bring some of that back, I think that softens that experience and makes it less intimidating and make it feel less like a prison.
Absolutely, and we even have a bench here, which you can barely see on the left side of the street.
Yeah,
We
yeah, and I
even
think
wanted to-
providing some seating areas and things like that.
Yeah, just for people to
Yeah.
rest on this trail.
Yeah.
But we were worried about safety, so we put it in front of our glass window so we could see people and
Right.
kind of manage
That's always
it.
the concern, is that you have sight lines to that. But I do like having sight lines while you're walking through the parking garage, because people get intimidated in parking garages. And I think having an eyes on street from the garage and back and forth, you have like this communication with the people that are around you, and you feel safer. So I do like that it's open and it has clear visibility. I just think the material could be softened, and the shape of the material could be softened.
Okay.
So I have a question for staff. Did you mention that you have a project that is in the pipeline on Andrew? Is that what you said?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so you're considering Andrew an alley, but it is a public street, right? Okay, so because you talked about that being an alley before, and we know on 15th South, just a little further west, there's already a huge apartment building going in behind the car wash that was over the counter. So I don't know what the particulars of that are looking like. But if we're talking about a 0-foot setback on either of those sides, I think the 1500 South would benefit a lot from those suggestions you just heard. But I think we need to do a little bit more on Andrew, because it's not an alley, and we are going to see another development there as that rapidly changes as well. So how we want to treat that 0 setback, given, you know, your options that you present, like your preferred option this, preferred option that, are very subjective. Like, I might like this, I might like that. And I think in this work session, that doesn't really matter, like which options I prefer. If we go back to the master plan compatibility, especially for the ballpark station area plan, which is really new and very comprehensive, and this particular area is super hard right now. I frequent a business in this area multiple times a week, and so I've seen how it's changed with the inclusion of the homeless shelter there. And so I think it is important that as this changes, and you have 3 streets, really, Third West is going to be fine, because they're doing so much to that. I'm more concerned about those side streets, that you take in those suggestions to soften that experience on 15 South, but keep that open, that visibility, because the ballpark station area plan is very specific in relationship to the landscaping and safety. So SEPTED is definitely a consideration that you may benefit from talks with them. But on Andrew, I think you need to look at how you're also providing enough safety and security with your landscaping, and with, I don't know if that side on Andrew is a solid wall. If you could go over that.
Sure.
Because that's when I think that we want to make sure also that you're incorporating some green features, which is called for in the master plan, specifically called for in the master plan, but that it's permeable and it's not, dense. And I think you're doing okay with that, but, referencing Andrew as an alley, I think, is an indication that we're not going to pay enough attention to that. And it's a street, and you're getting another development right across that.
Yep.
So it's going to be something that's active. So how are you, I would like to hear a little bit more. If you're going to have a 0 setback there, I think, and because we don't have the sidewalk parking strip infrastructure that you do on 15 South,
Yep.
How you want to treat that better.
Well, I think I can easily respond to it, because
Great.
Andrew that side of the building is the exact same as 1500 South. And we have to do that because the building code forces us to, because we're using it as a mechanical fresh
Access?
air requirement for the
Okay.
parking that's underneath there. So it has to be balanced. So basically,
Okay.
the same treatment that we do on 1500 South, we can mirror that on
So to
Andrews.
staff on Andrew, are they going to be required to put in a sidewalk for their part?
So I can address that. Cassie's kind of been going over the plan development standards, and
Okay.
I've been dealing a lot with the department review comments. I've been working really close with Kelsey and Michael, because Michael is going to be the project planner for the project across the street.
Okay.
And we've been working with transportation and engineering. There is a storm drain in Andrew Avenue. It isn't an alley, it's a street. We got to look at the schedule for streets, see if we can get that bumped up. We're trying to decide if we want the sidewalk on the north side or on the south side. Are we going to do curb? It's just a lot of moving pieces right now and a lot of
Because
coordination.
it's not wide enough for 2 sidewalks.
Only 33 feet.
Yeah.
So the developer of Michael's, and I don't want to get too much into that, of course, is kind of looking, there's really broken up portions on the south side. I don't know if you'd even call it sidewalk yet. But that's kind of where we're leaning. But we're in conversations. This is something staff brought up, that this does have 3 facades. And so it's just.
So then I'm curious, if we're going to look at a 0 setback on Andrew, how in the world are they going to mirror what's going on in 1500 South if, say, the sidewalk goes on the south side of Andrew and we can't have it on both? How are we going to have any kind of greenery that, the master plan wants to see? How are we going to have any kind of permeable landscaping there? And I also want to know, because Andrew doesn't, we dead end, right, no matter what, because of the freeway. But it's kind of operating right now as like not a through street, even though it'll curve around and then go back to 15th South. There's a gate.
Yeah, it connects up
And
Northwest.
it's not always open. And so how are we treating that through flare? I mean, I think that's something the city needs to consider, not in relationship to this project.
Well, I mean, I can hop in. We
Yeah.
would hope that the 5-foot sidewalk, sorry, long day, would be on our side of the street. At least a 5-foot sidewalk. If the city was willing to encroach into Andrew a little further, we could really do a duplicate of what's happening on 1500 South on our south side of the building. It would be.
I guess if in the event the sidewalk does not go on your side of the street, how with a 0 setback that you're asking for here, how would you accomplish any of the goals of the master plan, given that infrastructure? You would just be right up to the road.
Yeah, and I agree that doesn't sound
So
like
I
it
think
works.
then that presents an opportunity. John always likes to word that, and he has some great ideas on opportunities, that you would need to incorporate a lot of those design elements that you're doing on 1500 South in a way to make some visual interest, to make it soften so it's not just this like wall that, because what I've seen lately is nobody cares about sidewalks. They're walking wherever they want. They walk in the middle of the road. They're gonna do that. So you're gonna have to pay special attention then to the materials and how you orient them, so they're not just flat and linear. That you are kind of hitting on this compatibility of the small area, the station plan. I think you can do it. But you're gonna have to pay attention to that. If you expect a 0-foot setback, in order to accomplish those things, you're gonna have to incorporate that into that fencing and into that portion. And that'll be something that I would wanna look at when you come back. So I don't have answers for you, but those are things that I'm concerned about on Andrew.
Yeah.
If I may, my name is Arlie Green. I'm part of the ownership group.
I was wondering, where is that voice?
I'm adding an extra mic into the conversation.
He found a microphone.
I think along Andrew, just like Michael was saying, we could do, as you're suggesting, kind of mirror 1500 South where we articulate, because there is some of that fencing along Andrews as well. And we could do a mirror of articulation with the parking stalls so that we get some of that landscaping buffer that you're asking for.
Yeah, I don't have an answer, but I'm in the work session, I'm just bringing up that these are things I would want you to pay attention to when you come back, so you say, I've addressed it, we've sailed it through, that you have three sides, and that's a good thing and it's a bad thing. But, you're now on notice, like, I'm going to be like, what is this looking like? And you have the opportunity to try to address those things. Because I'm also really looking at, if we give you these setbacks, these reduced setbacks, how are you still complying with the ballparks? God, it's like the longest night. The ballpark station area plan and their goals.
I think there's plenty of ideas we can
I think you have them too. So yeah, if you just pay attention to that when you come back, I think
awesome.
It'll be a much better project. I'm thrilled that it's affordable, but I always have this thing of like, well, it's affordable, but you still want it to be a really great thing, and I think you do.
Yeah,
great thing for
really
the tenants, a great thing for the city, and this area is changing dramatically quickly, but yet it's a challenging area. It's not going to change overnight, and so I think you guys will do it. Those are the things I'm going to pay attention to when you come back, though.
And Amy, you're right. I've actually owned this parcel of land for 9 years now and have rented it to 3 different tenants. One of the tenants currently, which is an automotive dealership, I also invest in their business and help them. And since the homeless shelter came across the street, crime has gone up.
Mm-hmm.
We've had a lot of break-ins, car break-ins. But even with part of our ownership discussion was even extra lighting of what we can do for extra lighting for safety and stuff like that. But we also believe as more projects come, this really could change. We just might be one of the first ones, so.
Yeah, I also just want to kind of say, I think it's a great project. It has lots of potential. It looks very nice. It's very pleasing to the eye, at least in my view. So I think you're that close to just having it swim through, so, yeah.
Okay, awesome.
I'm new, so be patient. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead,
Okay.
I'll wait.
So be patient with me for just a second, but did you have a slide up that said, here's like our list of things that they need feedback on, or is that my imagination? Was like that at the end of your slide deck?
It was, yeah.
Can you bring that back up for me? And then for the folks who are here for feedback, I think it'd be really helpful for us to hear what your critical path is to get this timeline going.
Yeah.
Like, what is it exactly? I mean, I think this is all really helpful, but I don't want you to leave tonight and then come back and we'll be like, well, we didn't talk about that. So I'd really love to hear from you. Like, I think we have an overview of what the project is. The renderings look great, all that kind of stuff. We've talked about some of the setbacks. Tell us what your critical path is, because I think it's in our interest to help this succeed as well. And so help us know what information you need from us so that we aren't spinning our wheels and giving you stuff that's not going to be helpful. So is that, yeah,
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you for asking that question, because we've been the most stressed about timeline, so. thank
Yeah,
you.
so help us know what's most helpful for you.
Really, what we need to know is, this conversation's been very helpful.
Good.
So, meeting the planning staff's necessities has been difficult for us. There's been a little bit of back and forth on landscaping, setbacks. Obviously, setbacks are an issue. We're trying to address that as best we can. This being an affordable project, there is some budgetary restrictions.
Right.
So, articulating the fence does add a significant cost.
Sure.
Adding the landscaping adds a significant cost. But we're more than happy to do whatever we can to get across that goal line. So that was our goal of this meeting, was to
get
get
across
that
the line.
feedback so that we can understand what type of landscaping, what can we do to help with the pedestrian activation. And so I think with the comments that we've received in this meeting, we have
That's
the
helpful.
ability to go back and create some of those design changes that hopefully will help get staff as well as yourselves into a place of approval.
Right. Can I?
We are hoping to take the comments from tonight and within the next week get those changes made and back to staff so that they can review and get back on the docket for vote this month, if that's possible. That's our goal. If we do not have approval for this planned development request by mid-April, this project very well could be dead in the water.
Okay, so again, be patient with me. Can we come back to staff? What are things that are concerning you that we have not yet addressed?
Yeah, so we just wanted input on street-facing facades, so including Andrew Ave in that discussion, even though the sidewalk is a bit of a question mark on their side, there is a sidewalk on the south side, and like I said, a proposed development on that block. So there is going to be pedestrian activity on that street. On 1500 South, there's an existing sidewalk, and the 300 West pedestrian experience. Is the landscaping, that 2.5-foot landscaping on 300 West, is that adequate? On Andrew Ave, because of
And
that,
it's 2.5 feet, you're saying, from the street to the green path?
within their property, yeah.
Okay, so that's from the building out to the sidewalk is the 2.5 feet? Okay.
Yeah. And on the 1500 South, that elevation, and I know we were talking about this. Okay, so yes, it will be the same on Andrew Ave, this materials, but there will not be that landscape strip here because there's no setback and there's no existing.
And there's no
sidewalk or right-of-way with landscaping in that area. So it will be the same, but it will look different. So all those things, given the design on the ground floor use, with that pedestrian experience, I think are important to discuss, and we've discussed them.
It's rough, man, to have a 0-foot setback when you don't have a walkway. I mean, that's tough. And I get you're dealing with some design stuff, but just from a planning and a real estate perspective, boy, I think that's a little bit of a hard sell.
Yes,
Sure.
there's actually several buildings along that street that are up to Andrew Street without any setback.
Are those like existing?
Yes, even the buildings on our
non-conforming?
site right now are that way.
Yeah, I don't think these are on Andrew Ave them itself, but these are, within the same block radius.
Like our neighbor is the same, so if you look at the existing building, it's right on the sidewalk.
Right on the sidewalk.
Our current building, and even the neighbor building butts up right to it, right
Yeah.
onto the sidewalk. So this new building actually does have landscaping in front, whereas the current doesn't.
But on this side, we're saying there's not a sidewalk, right? Like,
On
you're going to
Andrew,
have no.
On Andrew, no, there's not a
Right,
sidewalk.
there's not a sidewalk on Andrew, right? So you're going to have whatever you end up having, whether it's articulated or whatever, for the garage, and then it's just going to be street.
Correct. Unless the
That's
city,
what I think is rough. That's,
if the city does ask us to put in a sidewalk, we'd be more than happy to, but we've
But there has to be
received
no-
conflicting comments back that at first they wanted a sidewalk and then the street wasn't wide enough, so they recommended not having a sidewalk. So we're happy to put in a sidewalk if that helps ease that alleviation a little bit.
So I think one comment too is like, at this point, those buildings further west on Andrew do butt up to the street, but they're not public buildings. They're not like a retail business that's inviting a lot of people. So you're not
Right.
having pedestrian walk movement, but you will start as the project on Andrew goes forward. So I think these are pertinent questions, and where the sidewalk goes is, somebody else's decision. But treating Andrew like a 0 setback just because those other buildings are up to the street isn't what's going to go forward. And I personally don't know that those should be considered as like existing conditions to then warrant you having a 0 setback on that side. So I want to see how you're going to treat that side so that it's a little bit more interesting, a little bit permeable, and it doesn't feel like this solid thing. And that's a safety concern, as well as like a pedestrian comfort concern as well. So Andrew is going to be changing, and those buildings won't be up to the
say
way
I
they are
love
now.
what I'm seeing. I love it. Like, I want this to succeed. So part of me is like, let's all put our heads together and figure out how to make it work, right?
That's why we're
and
here.
do it as efficiently as possible, because you guys know you're in this business. You're going to be right up against it, right? And if you lose out on your tax credits, then I'm going to watch my language, but you're messed up, right? All right, I'll yield.
Okay, does anybody
Levi, or
else have
Commissioner-
anything?
David.
It's ready to make it too. Mine's more of a question. So I love the project. I'm usually not in favor of projects that are 100% low-income housing. Is that one of the requirements for the tax credit? I usually like to see a mix of market rate units in
It's
there.
not a
too.
requirement, but it is incentivized with the tax credit program, yes.
So if you wanted to, you could make a couple of the units available at market rate.
At this point, no. We're locked into our application, which was fully affordable.
Got it. Thanks.
I think I'll just wrap up my comments with, I think doubling up those insets on both sides is a great start. If you get the sidewalk, it's going to make that a much better side of your building. If you don't, at least you'll have those pockets that you can light up and create some sort of a feature on that side. And I'm open to trading some of that drip irrigation, which is a maintenance nightmare over time, for some more sculptural elements that break that up. Because I appreciate the renderings and the fullness, but eventually things die off and other things break. I would prefer to have permanent sculptural elements scattered throughout to break up the monotony a little bit of the garden spaces. And then those are going to be a lot less maintenance and kind of last a lot longer. And that might help you with the budget of zigzagging in and out. It is an additional cost, but it's not crazy. So
I think we went a little overboard with the city's comments that they wanted to see more landscaping. So we can definitely draw back on that.
I've done those renderings myself, and I appreciate where it's coming from, but I just think realistically, let's pull that back to a more reasonable like code amount, and then put that money into things that are going to be more interesting.
Yeah. Speaking of,
No, city's great. I think that was our misunderstanding. I apologize.
speaking of code, there was an idea from the cheap seats. There's 6 stalls along car stalls along Andrews Alley. Could you go to our along that side? Technically, we wouldn't be allowed to move that wall in along here and still consider those to be stalls because the city doesn't really consider compact stalls. But if we were to shorten those stalls by a foot and...
Well, and I'm not talking about moving that in at all, because I understand that you have parking restrictions. You have to keep everything the right size. I'm not talking about the setback. I'm talking about those empty spaces that are little triangles.
Yeah. Triangles.
That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about shifting any parking stalls around or any of that, because I completely understand the restrictions of a parking lot. Like you can't change that. So I'm just saying, do what you can with those spaces, but don't eliminate parking. If you know.
Okay.
Everybody good?
We're going to get sidewalks, right?
If only we had the power.
Okay.
Maybe.
Sidewalk.
So, yeah, that would be a problem for you. So do you feel like you've got enough feedback to
I think so. Thank you,
work on
guys.
this?
We know it's late for everybody, so thank you.
Oh, and we aren't done, so.
Not done yet.
So, but we do find that having these kind of discussions ahead of time ends up with a better product when you come in for your actual approval. So
Absolutely.
hopefully the process will go much quicker for you.
Yeah.
And keep going. You've got a great project going.
And then one last thing, if you could give us an angle of that courtyard, that would be nice to see in the next meeting.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to just say, I love the passion that you have for doing this. Like, it's so rare in this field that you don't just see people like, I want the profit, profit, profit. So thank you.
Thank you
Like,
for
that is
hearing
what we
that.
need to help solve this housing problem in our city. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is what we do.
Yeah. It's awesome. I'm a little jealous.
No,
All right,
thank you all for your
we'll
feedback.
see you in a few weeks.
Great. Thank you, everybody.
Have one more? Is that what we've got? I think my computer died. My computer died. Oh, are we done?
Yeah, so
Good. I
to
thought there was one more.
meet,
There is like 2 more.
I mean,
Oh.
we're even.
Okay. Let's see, we have one item left here. The Housing Salt Lake City briefing. And do you go by Rudy?
Yeah, Rudy is perfect.
Okay, thank you.
We are getting
Okay.
Am I good to go?
Yeah, I was just gonna
Yes,
say,
please, go.
If these guys would take
Oh, I
their
don't
stuff
have the
out in the
right to
hall,
say
that'd be great.
Pardon me, I apologize.
Say what?
I was like, yes, please go. And I'm like, I don't have the right to say that. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Now, I think we got the rest of the audience out. So.
Okay. Well, you all have been here a long time, so I'm going to try to make this as quick as I can while being thorough as well. So the city's current housing plan, Growing SLC, is set to expire. We are presenting a new draft plan. We're calling it Housing SLC. We feel like in the last 5 years we did a lot of growing, and now we need to do a lot of housing. So shift and kind of focus in the title there. Just an overview of my presentation today. Going to talk about how Housing SLC fits in with other plans, including the general plan and Thriving in Place. We'll go over some state requirements and strategies from those requirements, talk through the goals of the plan as proposed, then go over some next steps, and then I'm willing to take questions. You can see the website for the project, www.slc.gov/housingslc. The public can go there, read the plan, comment. The public comment period did start on March, was it 2nd? Whatever Thursday was. I forget what date it is. So yeah, I think the 2nd. So this is Housing SLC will be the housing element of the city's general plan as required by state code, and it will replace Growing SLC, which is the current moderate income housing plan. And so that's how it fits in with the general plan. Y'all have heard about the Thriving in Place project that's been going on for the past year. The two plans are really sisters, if not kind of conjoined twins, because they both have a lot. Thriving in Place is a housing plan focused on displacement. Housing SLC is a housing plan, and so part of that should probably focus on displacement. But they are two separate plans at this point, but we see them as very interactive, and the engagement processes overlapped, which created a foundation for a holistic plan. And once both are adopted, we do intend to include Thriving in Place as an addendum to the Housing SLC plan so that all housing-related policies and priorities are in one document and can be found in one place. State requirements for the plan, and this is a clarifying point. So the state defines moderate income housing as a household earning 80% of area median income or below. That's typically referred to as affordable housing, but for some reason the state decides to call it moderate income housing. So that's just a point of clarification as it comes up in the plan. We tend to use both terms interchangeably in the plan. And according to state code, the plan must provide a realistic opportunity to meet the need for additional moderate income housing within the next 5 years. It must select 6 or more moderate income housing strategies described in Utah State Code for implementation to be eligible for priority consideration for funding, including transportation funding. And the plan must include an implementation plan element. This was something newly added last legislative session, not this year, but last year, but is required. On the right side of the screen, this is half of the list of strategies that we can select from. There's a list of 24 in state code that we can choose from, and of those we have to select 6. You'll see a lot of yeses in the very left-hand column of the table because we are addressing a lot of them in the plan. We're doing more than the required 6. Let's see, that didn't change. Nope, it did change. Okay, there we go. So, as I said, we must select at least 6 out of the possible 24, and We also, the state mandates that we select strategy V, which is station area plan, making sure those are all right by God by the end of 2025. And then we have to have at least one of G, H, or Q, which, I'll go back a slide, which are amend land use regulations to allow for higher density in commercial or mixed use zones near major transit investment corridors. That's G, amend land use regulations to eliminate or reduce parking requirements along major transit investment corridors. That's H. And then item Q is create a housing and transit reinvestment zone, which was something created last year's legislative session. And in the plan, we are suggesting that we do all 4 of those. And then most of the moderate income housing strategies in state code focus on developing new housing. So a lot of land use regulation, a lot of things, incentives to encourage new moderate income housing. And strategy X ends up being a catch-all. So what we see in the application of our implementation plan is that strategy X ends up having a long list of items under it, simply because they don't address anything related to tenants or mostly preserving existing affordable housing kind of falls in that catch-all category. So in this plan, or the draft plan that's open for comment, we have 3 goals, which I'll get into on starting the next slide, which are supported by, they support 18 of these moderate income housing strategies. And then there's 44 unique action items to kind of prop those up, and it'll be implemented over the next 5 years. And the action items focus on things from land use and zoning to programs to help tenants and first-time homebuyers, policies, increasing funding, and increasing collaboration within the city and with other partners as well. So goal 1, make progress toward closing the housing gap of 5,500 units of deeply affordable housing and increase the supply of housing at all levels of affordability while reducing overall water use and improving air quality. And the metrics, and I apologize, this is, I've been looking at this a lot and missed something. So B and C are actually not included in the plan. It's actually just metric A, which is entitled 10,000 new housing units throughout the city over the next 5 years, and with a minimum of those being deeply affordable or affordable at 30% AMI or below, and a minimum of 2,000 units affordable between 31 and 80% AMI. So really trying to increase the proportion of affordable housing units that are entitled, especially those deeply affordable units, because we have a severe shortage of those. And then goal 2, increase housing stability throughout the city. We want to track, analyze, and monitor factors that impact housing stability in the city. Currently, the data that we have is typically federal level data, or Kem Gardner Policy Institute puts out data too, but we'd like to be better at tracking our own data and coming up with new ways of measuring things so that we can have a better pulse on what's going on. We want to increase programs that provide stability in housing to at least 10,000 low-income individuals annually through programs funded by the city. So some of those will be direct service programs that the city provides. Others will be through partners that we fund through federal pass-through grants. And then we want to dedicate targeted funding to mitigate displacement. That's one way that this interacts with Thriving in Place. We want to serve renter households, serve family households, and increase geographic equity throughout the city. And then goal 3, we want to increase opportunities for home ownership and other wealth and equity building opportunities. So the metric there is to provide affordable home ownership and wealth and equity building opportunities to a minimum of 1,000 low-income households. And we're not going to go over all of the strategies today. You have a link to the plan, which has the implementation element in it that touches on all of those. But this will be accomplished through a number of means, but we definitely want to increase home ownership and equity and wealth building opportunities for low-income households. Now, the proposed next steps, March 2nd, the comment period began today. I'm talking to you all. I'll be back on March 29th to hear feedback from you all on the draft plan, and I can present a little bit more as well. April 16th, the end of the 45-day public comment period, after which I'll be coming back here for a public hearing and recommendation on the plan. And then after that point, it'll be in the City Council's hands for adoption. They'll run their process with the goal of getting this adopted by June 30th, so that our housing plan doesn't lapse and we have coverage. But I think that's everything. That was a lot, and I went quick. Please ask any questions that you have, but I also know that it's late.
The clarifying question, are we getting this in the next Dropbox, the plan?
There's a link.
Yeah, there's
or we're just going to link to the, I was just wondering if we're going to access it there?
Yeah, I can
make sure that that a PDF of the plan is in the Dropbox, so it's easier for everyone to access.
Yeah, will you do that? Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, we can make
that
sure
would be
that.
great.
Let's do that
Thanks.
tomorrow.
I got a couple questions. And I don't know who's allocating. Sorry.
I wanted to go back to goal number 2. Is that the one that addresses displacement?
Yeah.
Tell me again what that is.
So we want to increase housing stability throughout the city, and so one of the metrics is to dedicate targeted funding towards mitigating displacement. Through the Thriving in Place process, which was coupled with this process, there are elements of creating a displacement mitigation fund that would help kind of relocate individuals who are displaced through direct displacement, such as redevelopment of their property, demolition of their property. So it'd be creating funding streams that would and programs that would directly help individuals who are displaced through the growth of the city, essentially.
Well, there currently is no fund available for people who are displaced.
Yeah, we do not have a program right now set up for helping displaced individuals. Unless there's like federal funds going into a project, then there are some Uniform Relocation Assistance Act requirements. But if somebody just demolishes a home that housed people, then there's no program to address that right now.
You know the housing loss mitigation money? Where does that go right now?
There is no money collected by housing loss. That's something that this process is yielding, is that the ordinance has been ineffectual at collecting funding. And the amount that could potentially be collected is rather small and would not be able to.
Okay, let's fix that, right?
We're working on it.
I'm just going to say it out loud. It's also legally problematic.
Then let's do something else.
Yeah. Thank you, attorney, for saying that so that I didn't have to.
How are you going to do it then? You'll figure it out.
Yeah, in Thriving in Place, there is a program developed to. It's kind of a suite of elements that replace the housing loss mitigation ordinance. Some of those are directly kind of translated into housing SLC, but the proposal right now is to kind of strike the ordinance and replace it with a suite of other things that, including a dedicated funding source that's not reliant on an ordinance that doesn't work.
So essentially, the displacement proposal helps renters, not necessarily homeowners. Is that correct?
I'd have to remember. I don't know that I think that it probably focuses on renters. That said, I don't know that we have the entire policy kind of smoothed out yet. So homeowners who are displaced may be able to take advantage of the program, but right now I think the emphasis
Because
is
homeowners on usually renters. own their property, nobody's gonna come and, demolish their house.
Yeah, and so they
without
have
their-
some say in it, whereas a renter doesn't really have any say. And
Thank you.
I guess I have a couple, the plan is a little bit light on specifics. There's a lot of sort of, here's some trends, here's some goals, but I'm not seeing a lot of specific proposals. And I guess like a lot of the goals, it seems like if we just changed R1 to R4 and, made the required changes in our setbacks and whatnot, that doesn't cost the city money and it would certainly help facilitate this missing middle problem, right? So I'd really like to see some more discussion of what are the barriers? What is the goal for keeping R1? Why don't we just go to R4? I guess the other thing, when I do appreciate the goals of the specific number of units that are deeply affordable and affordable. I guess I'm wondering how you measure that with existing units, because I don't know where you get a date, because that requires the ACS is too small a sample, right? To measure like who is living in what sort of unit. And so I guess I do want some measure of how we're impacting existing, like who is living in the existing stock, right? So as we build new units that are market rate, can we see the affordability of the existing stock? I don't know whether the ACS is too small, but my guess is it is.
yeah, and that kind of gets to on goal number 2A is to that track, analyze, and monitor factors, because ACS it's unreliable, even if it's not, and it's like their estimates are not great. There's a fairly large margin of error, and it doesn't take into account demand. It only takes into account like existing housing stock and existing people. And so we do want to start figuring out metrics that we can track, how we can collect that data, whether we need to form partnerships, things like that, so that we are better able to track that. Because you're right, like bringing new housing stock online, especially affordable, is going to be helpful. But we also want to make sure that we're helping the people who are currently located in the city stabilize their living situation, even if they're not moving into they may not move into one of those houses. It may be somebody from Midvale or Kearns who moves into one of those. And we want them too, but we do have a responsibility to our residents right now. And so I think that we need to address kind of the data piece of that. And it's a tricky one to solve, but we're gonna take a crack at it. And I appreciate your comments on specificity. That's something that over this period, we're gonna try to get more specific and lay things out a little bit more.
So I just want to comment a little bit. My firm is actually researching this pretty deeply. We have 3 projects in Utah that are very focused on this. Like we've got one in Park City we've gotten the units down to $200 a month for some of the units. But some of them are shared units, but it's still kind of working towards this goal of affordable housing. And the research we've done and so for instance in Canada, there's a couple cities where the city's made it really easy for nonprofits to get into real estate and be able to purchase some of these buildings, and then they freeze the rents essentially. And so buildings that were built at the exact same time, right across the streets, almost the same buildings, $4,000 a month. The building that's been frozen is $1,000 a month for the same unit. And I'm seeing that successful in places like Canada. And then when you look at Europe, there's cities that have figured this out where the city and nonprofits own enough units in the city that it actually regulates the market so that no one else can go above that, because why wouldn't you just rent from the city's stock? It takes a little bit of time to get on their roll, but you can do that. And then China has gone the opposite direction, and they've controlled everything. And so when there is a private development, it's so rare that those are just ridiculously expensive. So I think us looking at these different trends throughout the world, essentially, and trying to find like a happy medium for some of this. And that's kind of our method has been working with the city to develop different properties. And then that becomes a moneymaker for the city that they can then roll into other properties and kind of create this. And there's a developer that we work with that is basically a fee developer. They get paid a fee, then the city owns everything, and then they property manage. And I think I've had a hard time talking to people in the city about this, but I feel like it's kind of this great way to solve this problem, and nobody's really talking about it. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment. And in the strategies like acquisition, partnering with nonprofits, mission-driven developers to kind of maintain that housing stock. And it's one of the things that noted in the plan, Utah has some constraints because one of the things we heard a lot about was people wanting rent control, and we can't do that in Utah. But like you're saying, if a nonprofit owns it, they control the rent.
Yeah.
And so that's a way of getting rent control. And so figuring out ways, the plan tries to address, in fairly broad strokes, we need to add specificity, but in fairly broad strokes, tries to address kind of some of the bigger trends in a variety of ways that doesn't over-rely on one method. And so some of that will be making it easier to produce more housing, so that kind of the supply and demand side thing kind of settles itself a little bit. But then it's also, how do you get community control? How do you get nonprofit control over the housing as much as possible as well to help facilitate that?
Well, and I've even seen other ways where you give concessions to developers to then develop public property to be that type of development. And so even on the same lot, maybe they get to build a few more stories, but then they're building a whole development just for this type of control. So I think finding ways to incentivize it so that it's not like it's the carrot, it's not the stick, like that's where I think we can work on that. So I'm going to dive into this more and kind of share some of the research that we're doing as we go.
Yeah, I'd love that. Thank you.
Quick question on C, item number 4 there, where it talks about increased geographic equity. I'm curious about that because when we're talking about 10,000 low-income housings, I want to make sure that they are spread out throughout the city, and we're not just going to look at everything west of State Street and put 10,000 new low-income housings because they're going to need more resources, and then it ends up becoming pretty hard on the neighborhood that's going to be housing all of them.
Yeah, and that's exactly what that kind of bullet point 4 is kind of making sure that we're not just creating these dense neighborhoods of deeply affordable housing. We want affordable housing in high opportunity zones as much as possible, in high opportunity areas. We know that there are big challenges to that we have to overcome, including property values. But it's something that, we're trying to work on, and that's going to come through a number of ways. But we do want to make sure that all affordable housing residents are in areas where they have opportunity. And whether that's, connectivity to transit, whether that's connectivity to other resources. So, some of that may be co-locating childcare and or, retail that makes sense, or other services with housing and transit and other things that not only lower household costs, but also increase opportunity for those residents. So it's going to be a mix, given there are constraints on land and property values throughout the city. So we do want to try to kind of steer away from kind of putting everything in one spot.
Is your plan going to have strategies to work with the RDA when?
Yeah, the RDA has been involved in the process. They've offered comments. There's some of the strategies that we addressed that they'll be kind of the sole managers of.
So will you be able to delineate out those strategies for the RDA? Because in my neighborhood, the only affordable housing we got was when I fought tooth and nail for the RDA to leverage their loan system. That was it. So I'm just wondering, because they do have the ability to do that, but they were choosing not to do that a lot in my neighborhood, and I had to really fight with them to get them to understand that they needed to start leverage, because they would leverage the loans for other things. And how do you prioritize then housing equity, housing stability, using the RDA as a tool that becomes one of their priorities as well for how they can implement their
Yeah, and some of that is, the RDA board is also the city council, and so the council sets priorities for the RDA to pursue. This housing plan will hopefully inform those priorities that are set. They set them every year, kind of this is what we want to focus on. And so, some like the RDA also has a dedicated income stream for affordable housing. A percentage of every project area's budget has to go towards affordable housing. So because of that, like leveraging the money that they have to increase affordability, whether that's increasing, family-sized units, which we're in short supply of, whether that's increasing kind of deeply affordable. So I think that there's, they are on board, they're partners on this. And actually I think it's strategy P in the state code is use RDA funds to create affordable housing, and that's one that we've selected. And so we'll partner with them to make sure that, to do everything that we can to make sure, and hopefully because we'll have buy-in from city council, it'll make it easy for them to participate.
I promise this is my last comment. I know everyone wants to go home. But I want to know how is the city going to be using the existing programs as part of this program? And the program that we're specifically talking about is the one that allowed me to purchase a home in the city as a poor college student 15 years ago. I was 23 years old with a $500 down payment. Salt Lake City sold me a house. Is that program something that you guys are accounting for? I think it's the First Time Home Buyers Salt Lake City Corporation program, right?
Yeah, that's a good question. So any existing program that the city currently runs and sees as effective, we're going to carry forward. And the First Time Home Buyer program is one of those, and that would go towards, to goal 3, which is to increase home ownership opportunities. So that program helps, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but it helps so many people each year. So we can try to expand that. We can try to increase funding. And then partner with others. So the city does a lot. We have direct services that we do, but then we also partner with a lot of agencies and nonprofits for them to provide those services. And so we want to continue doing what's working and expand what we need to. And so that all rolls into this plan as well. So thank you for asking that, because this definitely builds off of what the city is already doing, so that we can either do it better, do it more, or pivot where needed.
Any more comments?
Thanks for all the work you've put in on it.
No problem. Thank you. And like I said, I will be back in a couple of weeks.
In a couple of weeks. Okay.
After you've had a chance to read through the plan.
All right. We'll see you then.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
And I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you.